that's a season. I wanna slide this shit out your nappy. Bitch, get over here now. I got a hex stars now. We gon' punch that bitch in it good right now. Bitch, get over here on now. Somebody heaven. I not the punch in the good bitch. She got a diva, did a cool tonight. She got a diva, diva. She got a diva, diva. She got a diva. I got a feels that's a season. I'm gonna slam this shit out of Shinabe. Bitch, get over here now. I got a hex stars now. We don't punch that bitch in it good right now. Bitch, get over here on now. Somebody heaven. I'm not the punch in the good bitch. It's hunch train the guffin. She got a diva in a crew tonight. She got a diva in a prime bar. I'm about a diva in a crew tonight. She got a diva in a prime bar.
The engine is starting up.
Moments, space, lives.
Let's create lives.
Moments, space, lives. God the Father has a body. It's a very tone body.
He looks good, he looks good.
Moments, space, lives. Moments, space, lives. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right.
Space wise.
Moments, space wise. Moments, space wise. North Cola.
I would like to have intimacies with you
On the planet of Naboo. Space lives.
Let's create life.
Moments, space lives. God the Father has a body. It's a very tone body.
He looks good, he looks good, he looks good, he looks good, 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 good. Space, sex, space, sex.
Space, space, moments, space lives. Moments, space lives.
There's only one thing that can bring this world together, and that begins with you. But where it begins with you, not you. I'm gonna tell you what word it is. Usury. On the dance floor. Get that ass up. Bankers, get on the floor. Bankers, make the people poor. Bankers, get more paid. Bankers, get more name. Get more name. I wanna see your ass poor. CEOs, yeah, I'm talking to you. Get more hoes, get more paid, get more votes, get more laid. I wanna see the CEOs ruining lives to the beat. Ruin those lives in 141 BPMs. Oh yeah. Sweet cream, sweet cream. With interest rates, I wanna see the bankers on the floor. I wanna see your ass poor. Make it clap, make it fiat clap. Shake that ass.
Y'all want to hear my booties clap? Y'all ready? Listen. Ready? Listen. That's my cheeks clapping, baby. Making it twerk for y'all.
Usury on the dance floor. Oh yeah. Bankers, get on the floor. Bankers, make the people poor. Bankers, get more paid. Bankers, get more name. Only one thing can bring this world together. Destruction of the middle class. And more fiat cash in my bank account. Bankers, get on the floor. Bankers, make the people poor. Bankers, get more paid. Bankers,
What's up? Hope you're all doing well today. We had a difficult day yesterday. We had a death in the family. We had a elderly grandparentage person passed away. Rest in peace. So we had a funeral. Well, the passing away was a few days ago, but so I was at a funeral all day yesterday. But in this situation, thankfully, this was a kind of expected. It wasn't a sudden, unexpected passing. So I think, I mean, obviously, death is always difficult, but in the case of elderly people, I think it's a little easier to handle when you expect, that the person is kind of probably not going to be around much longer. And, we've got some other things going on, too, with my dad's in a similar situation where he might not live much longer. So we're dealing with, unfortunately, quite a few passings of late. My best friend died last year. We had 2 other relatives die in the last year as well. So, I don't want to speak ill of the dead or speculate on what might have been the cause, but I think certain factors in the last few years could have potentially contributed to some of the, maybe not necessarily the older, but the middle-aged and boomer-aged people passing sooner. So anyway, but I'm in a good mood. I mean, relatively speaking. I mean, it's obviously, you know, you're always kind of mourning a little bit, but I'm not in a bad mood. I'm in a decent enough mood that, you know, can still kind of chat and joke around. We had a kind of a potluck afterwards, so everybody was in better spirits at the potluck. But the first thing I want to discuss is I had some thoughts. So we're getting to this weird stage in debate where it's very easy to cheat, and we all know this now. And in the last multiple debates that I've had, there is the possibility and the explicit example of cheating, right? So in some cases, it's a little difficult. For example, if a person has AI writing their entire opening statement, unless you are used to how AI kind of words things, you could conceivably get away with that. I've never used AI in a debate at all. I will never use AI in a debate. Now, I might refer to it, you know, on Grok or something, like when I asked Jesus and whatnot, if he agreed with Grok's assessment of something. I don't recall ever using it in a debate. I think you guys know, like when I do an opening statement, I don't even read an opening statement. I have some notes that I've written down and I just go from that. And all the work that we do is from books. For example, we recently picked up, providentially, when I was in Dallas, we just walked over to a bookstore by where DebateCon was, and they actually had a really good book on Islam. So, you know, we go from the texts. I picked up, because I mentioned to you guys, I left my Denzinger in Florida, and so I'm kind of without Denzinger, which makes it a bit of a challenge to debate Roman Catholics. Now, I could order another Denzinger, but then providentially, we picked up the updated Denzinger, which is Nooner and DePue's Christian Faith. And for those that had a lot of people asking me, what is this book you were referring to? So this is a more recent dogmatic manual for the Roman Catholics, wherein it's really just citations of dogmatic papal sources. So if you look here, if people are wanting to get this book, this is really only going to be useful if you're debating Novus Ordo Catholics. If you're debating trad cats, they're going to only be interested in Denzinger. But it's the Christian Faith by Nooner and DePue. They are two Jesuits who basically collected together not just what was in Denzinger, and this book actually cites Denzinger quite a bit, but they also collect together other papal, ordinary, universal, and not universal teaching. So there's encyclicals that are cited, Acts of the Apostolic See are cited, apostolic letters of the Roman See are cited, all kinds of other stuff, right? So essentially, if you don't know, Denzinger stops at Pius XII. So Denzinger is the normal go-to for trad cats. But if you're talking to Roman Catholics for dogmatic manuals, this is more of a normative type of choice, because this includes basically what's in Denzinger, and actually a lot of things that aren't even in Denzinger. There's quite a few things that were actually surprising to me as I was looking through it yesterday. We'll look at a couple of these things because I think they're very interesting. Some new lines of apologetic argumentation that I noticed in the Nooner and DePue text. And these are going to be relevant for the Trent Horn debate. Now, I want to stress that people are sort of acting as if we just hopped on the debate scene, okay? I've been debating online I've been debating since, I don't know, since 1999. That's when I started debating. But debating online, this began, I want to say, 2015, 16 with the libertarian and atheist debates. This is not the right page here. But I'm not new to debating. And people should know, Muslims should know, that we've been here debating even Muslims for 8 years. And I'm going to be debating Dinesh D'Souza. That's a high profile name. Okay. We're getting into the era of debating people who, you know, are going to be charging significant amounts of money to have them present. Okay. And for those that don't know, the average speaking fee for a person with a channel with 200,000 or more subscribers, the average speaking fee is $5,000. Okay. And it's gotten to the point where now it's not really to my benefit anymore. It's very costly for me, for example, to take off a week, right? So, for example, if I go to DebateCon and I'm going to be gone for a week, that means I'm not live streaming for a week. So that becomes very costly in what I do. And so DebateCon, of course, makes up for that because they pay me to debate in person. And the same thing goes for other events that I'm not doing any of this for free anymore. Just like years ago when I wrote 3 books, well, I wrote 2 books and then I wrote more. I stopped writing articles for free. Okay. I'm not doing that for free anymore. And I shouldn't have to. I worked really hard to build an audience and to build up what we have. And so nobody in this space does all this stuff for free. And in fact, as you guys know, no one else in this space has in the theology space, right? I mean, Andrew does the same model of kind of interacting with anyone on TikTok and that kind of stuff. But in terms of the theology space, no one else has had consistent daily open forum for almost a decade, right? Where you can call in with any kind of argumentation, because most people don't want to be challenged. So this idea that I am running from debates, or that I'm scared to debate a person who was a Catholic for a year and is 20 years old, it's just silly. But because we're running into people in my last 3 debates using AI and cheating, I'm not saying Jake, I'm saying Cholo cheater, the potentiality of Muslim Libiano using AI, Waleed using AI, because I could see Waleed's phone. He was written out. For those that are paying for debates, this is actually fraudulent. This is actually fraudulent for the whole audience. I mean, to come to the debate as if you've done all this work, all this homework, and you're just reading an AI script, is really just ripping everyone off. And I think everybody knows we don't use AI. Okay. I've demonstrated my debate capabilities for a decade. I'm talking about formal debates. I'm talking about organized, structured, formal debates with Muslims, Roman Catholics, atheists, Protestants, you name it. That's separate from blood sports debates, which I also do for fun, for entertainment. I don't have a problem with either one. But we are going to institute now some principles and some rules, because everyone else at this tier of what I'm doing, if I'm going to be debating Dinesh D'Souza, and Dinesh D'Souza has tiers and rules and qualifications and expected payments, which I think is fair. Andrew Wilson does. Pretty much anyone else who debates does this. I'm not going to debate people for free anymore. And I'm also thinking about, I'm not even sure how I want to do online formal debates, because even those can be very easily cheated with. For example, somebody might say, well, I will debate you online, but I'm not going to use AI. I'll move the camera to where you can see what's happening. Here's the problem, though. Even with doing that, in between the rounds, and people will do this. I have seen people doing this, and I've seen other debates where I suspect they are doing this. Okay. Between rounds, you could simply mute the mic like this. You have your phone set out of view of the camera, and you have your buddy on speakerphone. So your buddy could literally be on speakerphone. The phone could be set out of view of the camera. You mute it, and you hear their answers to the other person's statements. I think people have already been doing this, by the way. Aside from that, you could also turn the camera like this to where it's facing this way, and you can have an earpiece over here. In fact, one of the biggest debaters, I'm 90% sure in his first debate, was actually doing that. If you go back and watch Voice of Reason in one of his first big debates, I can't remember who it was, but there's a point where it's muted and he's talking. Now you can say, well, he's just telling he didn't have a wife. Then he's trying to hit on all the girls in his catechism class. So, maybe he's just talking to his mom. Maybe he lives at home and he's, mama, don't come in the room right now. Don't come in the room right now. I'm busy with something. Don't come in the room, mama. Don't worry, mama. I'm not jacking off. Mama, I'm busy with something. Don't come into the room. Right. Or he could be muting it and getting his answers via phone, via headphones, via, now we know, with meta glasses. Yeah, it was with Luigi. Right. Mama, don't come into the room. I have my spank bank pulled up. Hold on for a moment. Dorothy Gale. He sounds like TikTok from Return to Oz. So, if we're getting up into thousands of dollars on the line for debates, then they need to be in person. And I'm tired of debating for free. And even, I don't mind doing the modern day debates online. And I already have a couple scheduled. So I'm not going to not do those per se, because I have deals already with modern day debate. But when it comes to randos, I'm going to start saying, okay, if you want to debate me, fork up $2,000, because I'm not giving you free content. If I'm going to invest in the extensive amount of research and work that I put into doing debates, which I think everybody can tell I do that. No, I'm not doing all that shit for free anymore. It's ridiculous to ask all this and have these expectations. So, well, here's the reason why I'm saying all this, because I was going back and forth with Jesus and whatnot. And I decided that because he's relying on quotes and quote mines from Wagner, I don't trust that he won't just be getting Wagner piped in audio for the debate. And I'm not agreeing to debating Jesus and whatnot and Wagner. If they want to do a 2-on-1, then they can propose that in person, or we can do a 5-on-1 like we did modern day debate, and we can make it formal, and they can set that up where they can pay me to do that. But I'm not doing that for free anymore. And I don't have to prove myself. Now, Jesus and whatnot says, I can't debate in person anymore because the FBI visited me. Okay, well, I get Muslim attacks, accusations. We get Muslim types of threats. I just debated 2 Muslims in person. So you're telling me that because supposedly a Middle Eastern Muslim group has a threat against you, or a fatwa supposedly, that you can't travel anywhere? You can't travel anywhere? So you're never going to leave the house? I mean, are you going to live at home for the rest of your life because supposedly a terror group has a fatwa against you? Now, I'm not saying that all that's not even true. Maybe it is true. The fatwa, I mean. But I've decided that because he has an admitted history of actually using AI in debates and lying about using the AI in debates, which, yeah, that can be forgiven. But you can't turn around and have the expectation that people take you at your word when you've publicly admitted to doing this. So my offer is, I will debate you in person, but it needs to be in person to remove any possibility of you cheating. AI is too easily used now in online debates, and so this would mean your flights would be covered and you would be paid for the debate. And I'm sure that this would be in the low thousands if this were to occur. Now, the other thing too that I think I want to add to future debates is the clause that you, aside from using your slides, because there's not any way really to prove that a person isn't using AI in their opening statement, because, I mean, they could have AI just write the statement and they could print it out. So even if you require like physical notes for a debate, you could still conceivably cheat on the opening statement, which I think several people I've seen have done. I think that Waleed guy did his Chat GPT opening statement. So, my other criteria is after opening statements, right? So you want to use your computer for your slides. After opening statements, laptops are closed. No more laptops. That's the new criteria. If we want to look something up, we can ask the moderator to look it up, right? If a Bible verse comes into contention, moderator, can you look up the text in Genesis that says blah, 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 right? That way, this removes all possibility of cheating. No earpieces, no meta glasses, no meta glasses that do receive text messages from your buddies. None of that. And there's nothing unreasonable about these requests, especially given the proclivities that we've seen multiple opponents have for cheating. And this person's admitted proclivity for cheating. Now, he says, I can't go anywhere. I can't travel because the FBI said the Muslims have it out for you. Well, the Muslims have it out for all Christians. I would add too, by the way, that we did way more damage to Muslims than I would assume Jesus and whatnot has done, because our Fresh and Fit debate got at least across all the channels and clips 5 million views. Now, maybe Jesus and whatnot has done some viral clip that got more than 5 million views. I don't know. Maybe he just did something specifically that offended the Muslims. That's possible as well. But I think Sam Shamoon, myself, have done way more damage to Dawa, perhaps, in the last several years than the Reals have done. Now, if that's the case, I think it likely is, then there's no reason why Orthodox people like myself and Sam Shamoon can go debate Muslims in person. Every one of us has had creepy, crazy Muslims all over their walls and their comments. By the way, where is the beiged trad crusaders? Remember, the Roman Catholics will always put up their beiged trad crusaders and their Templar pictures, right? This is their favorite LARPy meme. They put this up, and then at merely the possibility that Muslims might do something, they hide in their house, and they're under house arrest from a online supposed medieval Muslim group. Well, yeah, I don't think that makes sense to me. If I'm willing to go debate the Muslims in person, I've been debating Muslims for almost 8 years. I've debated sheikhs. I've debated the top Muslims. But you did a reel, and so you're now under house. You have to hide. You're going to go in the witness protection program because of a reel. I think it's all cowardly. And I'm not going to take you calling me a coward when I've been out here doing all this work for the last 8 years, debating all these Muslims. I've already made my bones, dude. I've debated the top Muslims for 8 years. You've debated 0 Muslims. And the first sign of a threat, you won't leave your house. So I'm not going to take you calling me a coward and running when you're too pussy to leave your house over a supposed Middle Eastern threat, which we don't even know if that's true. We're just taking your word for it. So, by the way, there's full armed protection at modern day debate. James had multiple armed security live on the scene in Dallas. So there's nobody who's going to come attack you in a hotel in Dallas. That's crazy. And I'm not debating for free anymore. So if you want to set this up, don't expect me to act like this is 2015 and I'm just doing my second debate, third debate ever. So, and I don't care what you think. Do you think I give a shit what Roman Catholics think about me after all of what we've been through and what all's happened the last 10 years? I don't give a shit what you think. Like some 20-year-old reel maker who's admitted to cheating in his videos, or excuse me, in his debates. I don't give a shit what you think. I'm debating Trent Horn. Do you think you're better than Trent Horn? Do you think you're a superior Roman Catholic apologist to Trent Horn when you just became a Catholic a year ago? I'm debating Trent Horn in a few months. Two debates in a row. Do you think you're a superior Thomist to Tim Gordon? I debated Tim Gordon almost 3 times if you count the 4-hour debate as 2 debates. Anyway, so those are yeah, I'm not slumming it anymore. I don't have any duty to prove anything to 20-year-olds or to his retard Mexican real audience that I have to debate a 20-year-old. I will debate him. And my terms are, we do it in person. You get paid. I get paid. You don't have access to AI. And that's only fair. And if you can't do that, then you're the coward who won't leave his house because supposedly there's Muslims. Who's the real coward here? The comments are saying, I think this is fair. This also separates professionals from amateur online gotcha grifters. Exactly. That's exactly what it does. And I built a reputation as a professional formal debater, but I also do joke, entertainment, blood sports as well, because I can do what I want. I choose to do that. It's fun. It's entertaining. But everybody knows I've done countless formal debates. I mean, Trent Horn is willing to fly out and debate. Has he debated any Muslims yet? I mean, Sam Shamoon has. You think that Jesus and whatnot is under more danger than Sam Shamoon? And by the way, Sam Shamoon got a visit from the FBI. Sam Shamoon still debates Islam. Now, if he wants to become an apologist, Jesus and whatnot, there's nothing unfair about these expectations. You're not going to be able to be an apologist debating the rest of your life from your mom's basement. He will never agree to this. This is fair. Let's hope he does it in person. Yeah. And again, I'm not the one who has a history of using AI and lying. He is. So there's no reason why I have to accept his good word and promise that he won't fall back on Wagner or AI in the debate. And I'm not like a goober tard that will just, oh, okay, well, I guess you gave your promise. Okay. Roman Catholics don't have a history of keeping their promises in my experience. So no, we will operate with the full force of professionalism, objectivity, and safeguards, which is exactly, by the way, what both Candace and Andrew did in formulating their debates. Both of them negotiated a debate setting that both of them felt was acceptable. Yeah, I don't owe anyone anything. I don't owe Jesus and whatnot a debate. I don't owe him attention. I don't owe Wagner a debate. Wagner doesn't even want a debate. And by the way, why is Jesus and whatnot relying on Wagner anyway? Why is Wagner going to debate through proxy? Why can't he step up and debate? He says he doesn't want to debate. The last 2 times I've asked him, he says he doesn't want to debate anymore. So I'm not going to debate Wagner via proxy through Jesus and whatnot, because that's where he's getting these quotes about how he thinks there's an invisible church. I mean, he told me in the DMs, it's just from Wagner. I'm like, well, am I debating you or Wagner? I don't like, I'm not debating. And he says, oh, these are AI, these are Wagner's translations. I'm like, well, I don't trust Wagner's translations. So that's the thing too, is I started thinking as well, the other thing about a gotcha in a debate is I'm not going to accept his out of nowhere. Oh, well, see, Wagner translated from Ming Patrologia Graeca this text from Basil, which proves filioque. So I don't trust Wagner and I don't trust the AI. And nobody who's rational should. So the only way to guard against this, unless I'm debating some like retard in a cult like Captain Tazariak or something like that, who, by the way, he was using AI. Remember in the Captain Crackrock debate, he literally just pulled up the AI and was like, "Yeah, I'm using it. Ain't Chat GPT though. Oh, it's Gemini. Okay, yeah, big difference." So, and Wally did the same thing right in the middle of the debate. He starts pulling up AI, and I'm like, "Dude, what are you doing? What the heck? Where are the mods, by the way, calling this out?" I mean, imagine think about it if it was the reverse, right? If I ever cheated and used AI in a debate, dude, the whole world would come down on me. We got Dyer. It's finally over for Dyer. We finally got him. He cheated. I've never cheated. Never needed to. Informal debates. I've never cheated in an informal debate either. I might boot people if they're getting annoying. You ain't boot people because you can't answer the question. I would say almost every case where we booted people, unless they really got to be annoying, it's because they are deflecting and going off into rabbit trails, which is that's like the number one excuse to get around the actual objection that's being posed. So anyway, those are my standards now because I have a lot. I mean, there's a lot on the line when it gets into like thousands of dollars, to go to a debate con, and then it's like I show up and then the people are going to use AI. That's retarded, dude. All right. Thank you guys for being generous. A lot of super chats already. Welcome everybody. Now, I'm not sure exactly what is going on here with before we get to the Candace Andrew debate, which I'm sure will be the entire focus of the internet tomorrow. I want to note a couple of the odd things that I still see with the Roman Catholic world, which is, the Candace world, the Queen Candace world, because Queen Candace, her followers are kind of like, what? Now, this is something that Rachel shared, which is they are making a huge deal about the image of Tyler Robinson being a different person because he looks a little, in one picture, he looks thin. That's like a high def picture. And then this low res security footage, right? I assume that's what this is talking about. It appears to be a person with a little more meat on their bones. I'm assuming that's what's being talked about. This might be a different video clip because it says up and down stairs. I don't know if this is the same as the parking garage, but this is one of the disputed images, and the defense is admitting that the video evidence shows Tyler Robinson walking up and down the stairs with a gait impaired by something in the leg. So this is admitting that it is him. In other words, that can no longer be said to be not him if they're admitting it. And there have been a lot of admissions on the part of the defense, which were things that Candace was hinging a lot on. Now, the other thing too is, if you remember, Candace has had a series of accusations over this whole time. She has said that there were tunnels, there was a series of marooned shirted weirdos who were involved in some sort of a secret society of beekeepers. Yes, you can't make this up. I have no idea what that's what the hell she's talking about. Maybe we could see let's see if we could find one of the beekeeper clips here. I'm going from memory through her series of choice conspiracy candy that she threw out. This is just pulling up Babylon B. Let me try beekeepers. I'm pretty sure she mentioned that. Because all of her crowd has forgotten all the crazy shit, right? And they just focus on the next thing that she brings up, like the next week. Now, remember, I do not agree with Andrew on every point. I am not a TPUSA supporter per se. I do not necessarily believe that they, at a high level, engineered all of this. I believe that in my opinion, what's most likely is that there was a higher operation going on that used Tyler Robinson, but I have not seen significant reason to doubt from what's in the court presentation so far that it wasn't him actually being involved. Now, whether he's a patsy, a total dupe, whatever, I don't know the extent yet of that, but the course of what I've seen from Candace over the last 6 months to a year is just absolutely batshit crazy all over the place. But that does not mean that I agree that there is no evidence for any conspiracy. And even Andrew admits, when he debated Stu Peters, he said, I am not saying that there's absolutely no possibility of conspiracy, but you need significant evidence for that. Now, Tim Gordon has a good point too, which is that we hear this term circumstantial evidence and we think that that means automatically that it doesn't count. And that's not actually true. Again, I'm deferring to Tim because he has a law degree. I am not a person with a law degree. So I'm having to rely on the secondhand authority of Alex Soren or Tim Gordon, who have law degrees. But as I understand, and Tim or Alex Soren can correct me if I'm wrong about this, you can actually admit, secondaries or circumstantial hearsay types of evidence. And in other words, if there were enough of those, they could count as something substantial. Now, I suspect that Harrison Smith's text message from a hearsay person is probably accurate, right? And that would actually be an interesting key piece of circumstantial evidence that could conceivably be admitted. And that's the one that, of course, does point to certain Middle Eastern medieval actors benefiting from this removal of Charlie, especially if Charlie were moving in a direction away from Middle Eastern support. Now, that's not itself proof, in my view. I think you would need more, but there's also the track record of how certain Middle Eastern countries do dispose of people. They have a history of doing it in very open, public assassination ways. That's a trademark of MOSS, you know what. So that, I think, is my theory, but I cannot prove that. That to me makes the most sense. But here's the problem, which is that the other side of this just sort of leaps onto anything without sufficient evidence or argumentation. I had a person, one of the Queen Candace people, argue with me. Now that to me that looks like that could be the same dude. To me, it does. Those grainy res videos, I mean, if his arms are extended like this, they could look very thin. If they're up, they could give the impression that he's got a little more meat on his bones. And also those low res videos have artifacts that can mar the video, right? But at least in one of the instances, the defense is admitting that that is him. Now, again, this is another crucial point, which I think is very strong against Candace, and that is that the defense is not using any of these crazy things that Candace has pointed out, because it's a lot of it's just absolutely bad shit, crazy shit. Like Kash Patel said 33. 33 is a Masonic number. One of the police involved in the case said 33. 33 hours is a Masonic code. That's retarded. That's schizo level shit. even if the Masonic degree of 33rd degree exists, you can't prove that that has anything to do with this necessarily. It's retarded. It's a non sequitur in philosophy. It doesn't follow from the use or reference to the number 33 that necessarily that means it's a Masonic code. You can't prove that. I'm not seeing the beekeeper thing coming up, but let me try searching it, because I think it's important to remember all of the various wild shit that she has brought forward. The bee cult conspiracy. Let's see what this says. Okay, this is the Israeli dude, A.L. Yacobi. I don't trust him, but Grok points out that the bee cult conspiracy stems from Candace's recent claims of a communist link group that uses bee symbolism. Thus, the hive mind collectivism is involved in the ideology behind the infiltration, I'm summarizing here, into Utah schools. And Grok is summarizing that this was some sort of let's try this one.
I came across what looked to me like a bunch of people talking about bees. You're going, Candace, what do you, like literally bees.
Beads? Bees. Beads? Beads. Bees? Beads. That's a Arrested Development joke.
In a way that's the only way I can describe it to you is like they were speaking about bees, but they weren't speaking about bees. It was very coded. And I'm going...
Now remember, this was way back, okay? This was, how long ago was this? This was almost a year ago. This is 10, 11 months ago. So 10, 11 months ago, everybody's already forgotten, oh, it's the secret beekeeper cult. What? The bees? What beekeepers? What are you talking about? Everybody's already forgotten this because her cult just goes by whatever the latest X-Files episode is. She's going to give you a new X-Files drop every week, every month. When the previous one fails, she'll move on to the next one. Right? There'll be a new episode. Monster of the Week, X-Files. Now, people say it's gross that you're eating. Hey, if I'm going to be here with y'all for a long time, man, I got to have some sustenance. You know what I'm saying? I can't just be up here doing... Y'all want me to do it. Y'all want me to debate for free. Y'all want me to do all of this yapping for free. Don't get no food. Don't get nothing. Y'all don't want a player to live. Y'all don't want a BIPOC queen to succeed. That's what it come down to. Y'all don't want me to eat. Y'all don't want me to drink nothing. Y'all don't want a player to have an Alp. I can't nicotine myself. I can't do nothing. Y'all just want to see a strong black man, woman on the collapse. That's all y'all want. Y'all just wait to take me down. Whole internet won't take me down. Listen, you hate what you don't understand. Okay? Y'all has xenophobias. Okay? Y'all need to learn how to compartmentalize, as Queen Candace says. Y'all ain't compartmentalizing none of y'all shit. And I ain't here to take none of it no more. Because the beekeeper Illuminati cult is on the prowl.
Am I going crazy? Or do you think that all these people are really actually, quote unquote, bee farmers? Oh my goodness. And my gut is telling me Utah state flag is a hexagonal beehive, right?
Oh shit. Here we go. Free association. Utah beehive. Now, because Utah is Mormon, and because Mormons do use Masonic symbolism, there's a grain of truth to this. But it doesn't follow from the fact that because Mormons use Masonic symbolism, and because they use the beehive, that a person wearing a bee shirt, you understand, every wine mom, every elementary school teacher has a fucking shirt with a bee on it, dude. Look, remember those bee sweaters for school marms. No, this kind of shit right here. Look at her on Etsy. Yo, look at that. Oh shit, it's a bee cult. Dude, they got an esoteric. Look at that. It's an esoteric atom. Because this woman is part of the bee cult. She's got that's the atom bomb. That's Oppenheimer. That's the Masonic code of the atom bomb right there. The short bus. That's code for the slow children. In other words, all of the children are essentially retards to the Illuminati. They're being used. You see this little girl here. She has her spirit animal dragon demon. That's her Illuminati spirit animal. Her familiar spirit, giving her the codes. Now the clock is set to I can't even read that shit. 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock is 3 a.m. is the witching hour. The clock is set to the witching hour because the witches have controlled the short bus public, aka short bus shouty. And they're using the secrets of the atomics that they got from Oppenheimer. See that right there? Right there on that titty. And these are the esoteric books of the Illuminati stacked up right here. This is the grimoires of the great Illuminous magicians. This is the globe, which is the great psyop to convince you of globe Earth. So it's all encoded right there. By the way, where's the bees? There's not even a fucking bee on this. I went to this whole thing. Look, science. There's alchemy right there. Is the alchemist Bunsen burner beakers. It's all right there in Miss Wilson's, aka Andrew Wilson, TPUSA Illuminati Freemason code Wilson. It's all right there. But I'm a little disappointed because I typed in a bee coat or a bee sweater for school marms. Sweaters, not cedars. So anyway, you guys see right there, we did some high level decoding. Here we go. This is the kind of shit I'm talking about. Like, look at that, right? Bees on a sweater, dude. Illuminate, confirm right there. Bees. Queen Bee. Beyonce is Queen Bee. Queen Bey. Beyonce. Oh, shit, dude. My mind just broke. No, I don't want to embroider. What are those kind of sweaters that you see like with Santa Claus on them that like everybody's aunt wore and everybody's like high school teacher wore? What are those called? Like a wine ant sweater, embroidered sweater, Santa. They got pumpkins and shit on them, like a pumpkin, like a Santa pumpkin. You know what I'm talking about. I don't even know what to look for, dude. What do you call those? Sometimes they're vests. I'm not, it's kind of like this, but it's got it all over it. Okay, this is moving in the right direction. This kind of shit right here, this ugly ass shit. This right here, we go. We're getting there. That's got their face on it. I don't want that. What do you call this that I'm trying to think of? Embroidered sweater. Let's get rid of Santa and just try the pumpkins. What are those called, dude? I know we got some school cardigans. No, cardigans. Embroidered vest. Embroidered teacher vest. Let's just try teacher vest with a pumpkin, dude. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. This kind of shit, dude. So if you see this kind of shit right here, terrifying ghosts, demons, look at that. Dude, everybody's teacher had this kind of shit on, especially during Halloween, right? Y'all know what y'all feel me right now, right? And they're seasonal. You get them in Christmas flavor, and you get them in Halloween pumpkin flavor. And that's about it, too. Is there an Easter one? I think there might be an Easter one, too, because you get like a bunny and an egg on it, right? A star, Easter, oh, star. Oh, shit, dude. My mind just got blown, dude. See, we're doing Candace level association. Look, here, right here is one. Oh, yeah, dude. Look at that. Teacher vests. Anyway. Now we got to find what Candace is talking about with a bee on it, dude. Bee. Beekeeper. Oh, so they don't even make them. That means that it was the Illuminati. There's one right there. They barely make them. Did we do this? Oh, here's Crowder talking about
Polish underground symbol, like a Polish communist underground symbol that nobody would have recognized outside of people who know what it meant. Strangely, I'm not kidding, and I'm going to show you these messages. I came across what looked to me like a bunch of people talking about bees.
Okay.
Do you think that all these people are really actually, quote unquote, bee farmers, or saying
It's called
that
a
they
beekeeper.
farm bees?
There's a movie
what is
about
this
it.
lingo that I'm not understanding?
Bee farmers? Does Candace think bees grow out of the ground or off of a vine or out of a tree or a bush? Bee farmers? Maybe she means little bees that actually do farming. I mean, do we know that bees don't actually farm? I mean, no. I'm talking about bees out there farming, dude. Bees actually can farm little tiny corns. Where do you think candy corns come from during Halloween? Bee farmers. Bee farmers. Bee farmers.
There is some weird underground, it's like I sense like imminent danger is coming, and for
This chick going by her feels. That's the problem. She going by her feels. I sense this. Charlie told me in a dream state. I feels it. I feels it right now. It's how I feels right now. I'm feeling some type of way right now. I'm feeling like a beekeeper right now. I'm feeling bee right now.
some reason I feel like there is an underground that has emerged at schools, and it's like related to bees.
Let's talk about.
There's an underground that has emerged at schools related to bees, and the Illuminati is running the bee farmers to mind control the Freemasonic Mormons. Now, let me show you the kernel of truth. Get back to candy corn. Candy kernel corn, the candy corn kernel. The beehive is used by Masons. It was also used by the British Empire, the Queen, because she's the queen bee. So here's the Masonic symbol of the bee. And you can find this at multiple Masonic lodges. Sure. This is a commonly used symbol in a lot of different esoteric and religious traditions. And it is true that the beehive is also in Mormonism. Let me show you that. Here is here's a study by Brigham Young University on the Mormon use of the beehive symbol. And why is that? Because Joseph Smith literally copied and pasted all of this out of Freemasonry. Shock to the beekeeper, Roku. Shock to the bee farmer, Roku. I'm gonna bee farm on my Roku channel. Shock to the beekeeper on the Roku channel. Anyway, what does this have to do with communists in Poland and Mormons or what did she say? Schools, underground bee cults at schools.
Bees. So
Okay, Seinfeld.
Spoiler.
apparently. So like I said,
Candace Owens.
lots of come on. So like I said, lots of conspiracy theories. And I listen, I want to be fair to people who don't always trust. I get it. I understand that. That's fine. Nobody is saying that you should just take the word of everybody out there, for this. But we need some evidence to be released. We need some other stuff to kind of put some of these theories to rest. For example, and listen, immediately when we saw the footage, immediately in conversations we were having, it said it looked like it hit his shirt first because of the movement. At least a number of us did. Nobody made definitive claims or anything like that, but we look like it kind of looked like the shirt moved. Then you see kind of a wound, and then we all tried to turn away because the footage that came out after that was incredibly graphic, but the initial footage wasn't because it was a little bit further away, right? So I understand why people have questions. I get that. But we really have to be careful running down all of the different conspiracy theory trails
correct.
In the midst of having questions. I think this is what happens. You end up with, maybe there's a situation where there is a conspiracy. Let's just hypothetically say there's one not related to Charlie Kirk, but something else. But in the interim between the event happening and police and investigators releasing information about what happened, there are so many conspiracies that you have no idea which one is the truth. You basically do yourself a disservice by running down so many lanes, trying to throw theories out that really have no...
Yes, and the problem is that on X now, there's an entire cottage industry of creating a buzz and getting followers and clicks by having the quickest, newest, wildest theory. This is actually correct. Gerald is 100% correct.
No evidence, right? Enter Candace Owens. She is coming out with another theory because I thought at first she was hinting, if not overtly saying potentially that the Jews had something to do with this because they were pressuring Charlie Kirk and didn't like the stance that he was taking and that there was money involved. And then why is Netanyahu saying this stuff about Charlie Kirk?
Listen, you guys have criticisms of Gerald and Crowder. That's fine. When Gerald's had me on, he's allowed me to speak all of my ideas and thoughts, and we had pushback on certain issues where we disagreed. But when people are fair with me, I will always be fair with them. So I respect Gerald, even though we have disagreements. Sure.
He didn't know them. They weren't friends. But now she started with this legitimate concern about public schools and then quickly went off the rails.
There at first was a elementary school shooting that happened at a Catholic school, and I was just concerned in a way that I had never felt so impacted, and I was going, something isn't right. Something is just not right, and I felt that there was some sort of an infiltration that was happening.
Yes, it was a school
And
shooting.
I did just a cursory online search, and some messages I found, which were...
But this is perfect for the Job clip.
Really? What kind of job?
I got to do it because it's too perfect, right?
Beads.
Bees?
Beads.
Beads?
Job's not on board.
How hard can it be? Bzzz. Bzzz. We'll see who brings in more honey.
You make money from it.
I don't know, honey. Or just as gifts.
Who'd want a bee as a gift?
But I kind of got my hands full with these babies. Bees! Oh, bees!
Bees? Beads. Beads? Bees.
not written by a teacher at the school, but someone who was adjacent to some teachers at the school.
Where are they?
Teacher adjacent. Concern. In fact, explicitly what it was
Bus driver.
was a Polish underground symbol, like a Polish communist underground symbol that nobody would have recognized outside of.
Why doesn't she show what she's talking about? Maybe she will, but again, a Polish underground of like Marxists, anti-Marxists, like what? What is she talking about? Polish underground B symbol. Let's try this. Communist B nation. The Manchester B. What is this? Flags for a communist nation. This is just something somebody made up on Democratic Socialists. B front. I can't tell if this is made up or this is real. Who knows what that is? This looks like someone just making up stuff, like as an idea for Reddit. Now, she has a tendency too, by the way, of not actually looking at the things that she pulls up. We saw this, for example, with Project Looking Glass, because she cited an article that she claimed was proving Project Looking Glass. And when you actually go read the article, which is what we did, it was a Cold War article that had nothing to do with time travel or anything that she was talking about. Totally different setting and frame. But she just saw an article that said Project Looking Glass, CIA Cold War stuff. Had nothing to do with, that I recall, MK Ultra mind control.
People who know what it meant. And I
She
just
gonna
was
show
like,
us?
okay, that's weird.
Yeah, that's what I was
looking
asking.
online, and strangely, I'm not kidding, and I'm going to show you these messages. I came
Here come the
across
receipts.
what looked to me like a bunch of people
All right, let's see
talking
this.
about bees.
Okay.
I think that all these people are really actually
Beads? Beads. Bees? Beads.
quote unquote bee farmers, or saying that
called a
they
beekeeper.
farm
Yeah.
bees.
There's a
what
movie
is
about
this
it.
lingo that I'm not understanding? Why do I feel like it's related to students? I didn't feel good about it at all. There is some weird underground, it's like I sense like imminent danger is coming, and for some reason I feel like there is an underground that has emerged at schools, and it's like related to bees. That's what I said, and I messaged multiple people about this. My sister. Here are a couple of more text messages to other people.
What other people? No answers whatsoever.
No. By the way,
Great receipts.
she doesn't typically post text messages, guys. So this is abnormal behavior.
That's right. Yeah.
You can look
Candace.
at the time frame here. This
Sure.
is 8:30.
So this is text messages about people that sell bees and honey. This is so retarded. What does this have to do with anything?
August 30th. I am not
Proof.
someone who normally publicizes text messages. I just said, there's imminent danger coming.
Doesn't she post text messages all the time? Is that why they're laughing?
Okay.
9
It
days
is
prior.
relating to a school. I think it's a communist underground, and I don't know why, but it has something to do with bees.
So here in September, the theory was communist underground. What? Communist underground. Okay. Now, let's see. Then it was Egyptian plains. And she really hung a lot on Egyptian plains, if you remember. And I want to see again what he said about this, because I remember watching all these different videos. But we're already like a year removed from this. We're not even, I can't even get the right video. Let me see. Let's try this.
So
some people are saying she was pranked. I'm confused here.
Erica Kirk in the crop live on air. I was made aware, and you guys can correct me if I'm getting anything wrong, because this is coming in live. Candace Owens outright saying, and I want to be careful with my words here because she's not, and I know she'll give herself an out and say that's not what I was implying. But you watch this clip in its entirety, and it seems pretty blatant that she's saying, and people are interpreting it this way, which is also important, that the Trump administration, not whatever it was, we went from underground Jew tunnels, Mossad, the Trump administration killed Charlie Kirk.
Really process everything that happened with Charlie and what it kind of means, and terms of where we are. And I think it is a circumstance where we just know. We just know that he was truly betrayed in one of the most egregious ways that I think I've ever seen. It has made me lose faith in politics. It has made me fully lose faith in Trump. And my heart aches for the fact that he gave so much of his life to Trump and to politics. And they just were like, nope, that is it. It serves us or doesn't serve us, and we want to move on. And so here's a holiday. Bro, if they try to give me a holiday, what is with them giving people a holiday after they kill them? Why is that a thing? You know what I mean? Like, oh, Martin Luther King, what about this holiday? What about this boulevard? Anyways, let me knock off. Like, they're going to give Charlie Kirk a boulevard. They already did. They did in Israel. They gave him freaking boulevard. It's like, as soon as they give you a boulevard and a holiday, they definitely killed you. Okay, there's no question. They killed you. There's no way. That's like their signature thing. It's like, that's what they do. It's the Fed signature. It's how they sign off after they murder.
Well, I mean, James Hughes Angleton has an entire, park area cemetery thing dedicated to him, and they didn't kill James Hughes Angleton. The Rothschilds have all kinds of things dedicated to them in Israel. They certainly didn't kill the Rothschilds. Rothschilds built it. So I don't think that's true, that just because you have a plot or something named after you, that means they killed you. That's a non sequitur.
You're like holiday in a boulevard. And it's never on a nice side of town either. Like Charlie Kirk Boulevard's not gonna be a nice side of town. Anyways, I will be back on the 27th with you guys. Thank you guys for all the support throughout these couple of weeks, these last really kind of 6 weeks since Charlie died. And
so this is important because we need to document all the different people that she's accused. This still isn't the Egyptian plane thing. They had actually had a good rebuttal to the thing that everybody's forgotten. Everybody's already forgotten Mitch Snow. Everybody's forgotten Egyptian planes. I guess it is. Maybe it is this
they already
video.
did.
Let's see.
They did in Israel. They gave him freaking bullet. It's like
Dad was, they, the Fed, give you a boulevard when that's a sure sign that they have killed you. You know that they have killed you. He was betrayed in the worst way possible, giving so much of his life to the Trump presidency, to politics. The federal government, the Trump administration killed Charlie Kirk is the claim. Now I'm going to tell you how I feel about it, what I think about it. Because you know who else would have to be involved? And this is the implication, of course, by design. And you can see the response with people out there saying, oh, well, then anyone who's close to, this is an inside job. You know who's really close to President Trump? And you know who people are now saying stood to gain? Well, Charlie's wife, Erica Kirk, who has now been put.
And this is, of course, where it evolved, because this was 9 months ago. So I'm trying to remember if maybe this doesn't address Egyptian planes. They had a video addressing it, though.
Let me ask you this. If you were killed in the crosshairs, where you knew after you had passed, you must do better, sweetheart.
Question for the crew. What can we say to the people who listen to Candace and believe her? It feels like talking to a leftist at this point, and I'm not sure how we can break through to them.
It does.
No, they're in chat. Good luck.
Some of them are. Yeah.
No, it's still not the video I was looking for. I don't know. I can't find, but they did have a good video debunking Egyptian plane stuff. But was the beekeeper stuff also the purple shirts? Remember, there was also a claim that she saw people in purple shirts, and the purple shirts was another code that you decode somehow. By the way, we went pretty in depth on the whole Egyptians plane thing because there are French assassins. That actually does exist, but that doesn't mean that. Or was it maroon shirts? She said something about maroon. Here, maroon shirts. That's it. Maroon shirts. Here it is.
There it is. Whoop whoop. I'm the CEO. I can't be seen doing stuff like that. Like, you just gotta take it for the team, Andrew.
Everything happened when we were in Utah. I was in a hotel room by myself.
Was the fact that Netanyahu, Erica Kirk, and Ben Shapiro were supposed to shoot a piece, and then Candace jumps in and says, because generally speaking, outside of the mainstream media, most people believe that Philly has something to do with Charlie Kirk's past.
Now, this is a guy that supports her. This is one of her big bot repeaters, and he's saying the maroon shirts is confirmed. So I'm trying to find where he actually talks about this.
Passing. Now, of course, she didn't say Philly. I altered that because you know exactly why. But yeah, very interesting stuff there. And also, I do find it very interesting that this company is called Daystar, because Daystar means morning star, and morning star is another name for Lucifer.
So a company is called Daystar, so therefore it's Lucifer. Okay, so 429 is where he talks about maroon shirts.
Into the first thing that Candace Owens was right about.
If you don't know, during the Charlie Kirk assassination, there was a significant number of young men wearing maroon shirts.
Oh shit, bro. Oh shit, maroon shirts.
Originally, Candace Owens was the first person to point this out, and everybody called her crazy. However, I found proof that she was right. So after she made this claim, a lot of people called her crazy, but then there was also a good amount of people from the military that were saying that's absolutely a thing that the military does during secret operations in public areas. They choose a color of the...
So any large gathering, if I see multiple colored shirts, they must be part of a military operation. You know who else does this? Tourists to stay together. Asian tourist groups will wear all the same color t-shirt. Youth groups will wear the same color t-shirt. Sports teams will wear the same color t-shirt. This is so stupid.
Day. So I started thinking, right? I was like, what if I searched in the DOJ files the term color of the day? And what do you know? I find 40 results of different FBI briefings talking about a color of the day. And every single one is unredacted. You can see what the color of the day was for that day for whatever military operation was going on. Now, most of the details for the military operation is redacted. However, on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination, the morning of, before his death, they established a color of the day for a SITREP, which is just a military situation report. And the color of the day is redacted. Out of 40 different files mentioning a color of the day for secret operations, the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination is the only one that has a color of the day redacted.
Now, if you go to large events with political whatever going on, and I've been to several of these over the years, guess what? There are feds everywhere. There's nothing shocking or surprising in large groups of feds at a high profile event. Again, I don't believe that everything about this official story is true. I am a longtime conspiracy theorist, but I also have seen conspiracy theorists make huge mistakes over the years, fall for the stupidest shit. And what they're missing is that Maroon 5 is actually who's behind this whole event. I mean, Maroon is the name of the band, right? But again, a lot of this is the problem with the low tier TikTok conspiracy stuff, is that it's all free association with no necessary connection. And we see this with all the conspiracy tards. Okay, so we got the purple. Let's see. Now, Egyptian planes. I did want to. Let's see what this says. I don't know if she actually was tricked or not. By the way, what happened to Brigitte Macron? I thought her whole thing was exposing and going to court to show that Brigitte Macron was a man. This was like her whole thing last year. She spent a whole year on this. And everyone has completely forgotten this. So she knows, by the way, that her retard audience will forget what she was saying like 3 weeks ago. I wish I could find the Crowder video against the Egyptian planes was actually really good. But by the way, I wanted to mention too, you'll notice that none of this None of this stuff is used by the defense. None of this crazy shit. I mean, it would be laughed out of a courtroom. It would be thrown out. Candace Owens spent 3 months saying that the Egyptian planes would be the key to solving the Charlie Kirk murder. Now, we've talked about before that there is a long history of the CIA and Israeli intelligence being connected to Egyptian intelligence, and we've talked about that extensively in the past. But the problem is that that doesn't tell us anything. That doesn't tell us what actually was going on. And if that was the key, why isn't the defense bringing forth any of this information to exonerate Tyler Robinson? Let's try this.
I don't know why he would have a phone call with Andrew and Justin Strife. Why do two Catholics need to speak to a rabbi while Charlie's away in Asia? Now, there could be a reasonable explanation. I would just like to hear it. It's another interesting data point for me. But there's something bigger, actually something that is explosive. It's massive, and it may even involve those pesky little Egyptian planes that were following Turning Point faith events for years. And this most definitely will require a response from Turning Point USA. So let me at first jog your memory about the infamous tarmac does not have.
So here is her post saying, the Egyptian planes hold the key to it. We will reveal it. Why is this not being used to defend Tyler Robinson if this was a key thing?
Any role?
Next, we have Mitch Snow. All of this was immediately dropped when it was obvious that he was a total con man.
Legit. This is a legit story that I'm about to share with you. He's being 100% honest, and you are free to look further into this. I am certain he is going to probably be doing a lot of interviews in the near future. I think that this is God operating. I really do. I think, bless this man.
And on that morning, she, was loading up the vehicle to go for this meeting. She came out and acting real kind. She took my keys, she took my phone, she went back inside and forced me to go back in and find out what was going on. Lures me to the garage that she pre-set up to be like a little prison. She broke the garage doors.
So this is a Black Ops guy saying his ex-wife imprisoned him in the garage. Remember, he's a Black Ops guy, but his ex-wife imprisoned him in the garage, and she hammered his thumbs.
Hoarded stuff was stacked against the windows and the other doors. And she lured me in there and attacked me.
Touch that Mustang. Stop it!
Touched it.
Do not hit my Mustang.
Irritate me all you want. You're ruining our relationship.
Now, who's got the hammer in this confrontation? Looks like he's got the hammer.
Because you gave your keys to your cousin.
I didn't
He lost
give
them.
my keys to anybody.
You're the one who asked him to mess with your car. I haven't touched this car. And
Now, he claims he was hammered on the thumbs and imprisoned. Does that look like what's going on here?
forever. It's been in my way. I'd like it out of the way. I have no idea.
This is the guy she hinged about a month, 2 months stuff on. Remember when Egyptian planes fell through, This was the next bombshell. Mitch Snow being at Fort Huachuca. By the way, this guy, I think, claims also that the CIA sent little spy cockroaches into his house. And then after all this, guess what he did? He crowdfunded because he needs support against all the persecution. And he's also, by the way, the son of the Zodiac Killer, if you didn't know.
See where the keys are. Would love to know. But that's not what we were doing today. But you have to do this. You have to don't defend
ask you a
yourself
question.
now.
I can defend myself all I want because you're being insane.
You want to video record shit?
You want to threaten to hit my car with a hammer? God damn it! Marriage over, Mitch. Goodbye. Don't.
Does it look like he's imprisoned in his garage by his ex-wife, the supposed Black Ops commander? Anyway, he's got the hammers, and then here's his story.
What is so bad about being a smartass?
I used the hammer to go ahead and break the door handle to get back in, to get to my keys, get my son, get my phone. And yeah, I called for help.
Yeah, I've never done crap like that, Mitch.
That's the thing. You do it all.
Does he look like he's imprisoned in the garage by his ex-wife? This is what she hinged an entire month or more on. This is the guy who was at Fort Huachuca and saw Erica Kirk. And it's even stupider than that because he claims he stumbles onto the base because the military owes him back pay. And he happens to see and hear 10 or 11 generals and Erica Kirk planning the hit. This is so retarded. Who actually is that stupid to think that all her audience, because they believe this for like a month and a half.
You know, I was loading up the vehicle to go for this meeting. You know, she came out and acting real kind. She took my keys, she took my phone, she went back inside and you know, forced me to go back in and find out what was going on. Lures me to the garage that she pre-set up to be like a little prison. You know, she broke.
There you go. Now, by the way, Candace said she was going to give this guy money, and these people are saying that she didn't even pay him. I wanted to find him actually claiming, though, that he saw.
And obviously doesn't want to be
The clip where he claims that he saw her there.
contacted by a source who I vetted with information that answered a lot of the lingering questions that we've had about.
Oh, that's not it. I'm looking for the clip where he says he saw. Let's see if this is it.
I know Candace said you were vetted. Who vetted you?
Oh, geez. Yeah. You know, I let that slip once, and maybe I wasn't supposed to, but yeah, it was Joe Kent. She trusted him. We had, what was it, about the 12th of December, babe? About the 10th or 12th. It would have been the 10th. About the 10th of December. Strangely enough, my birthday. And yeah.
Yeah, that's still not what I'm looking for, though. Let's see if we can find the clip where she's interviewing him. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Brian Harpole. What percentage would you put it at?
90.
If you had to put it at a percentage that you saw Brian Harpole, what percentage would you put it at?
95.
95%. Okay.
95 to 99. I mean, when I saw him, you know, on the interview with his face and gestures, I Yeah, but that photo, it struck me in my gut. You know, some other pictures I came up with other people.
What other people? Other pictures?
If you want me to say, there's a picture of Erica Kirk with a ponytail, and from her past. That person matches who I saw at Fort Huachuca in the lobby the night before, and she was with that man in the lobby, and that man, he was present at that meeting the next morning.
If
So
you had to put it at a percentage that you saw that the girl in the ponytail matches the description of Erica Kirk, what percentage would you put that at?
those are really rare eyes. That's 95 to 99%.
So that's what she banked on for weeks. And this is the guy who claims that he is the son of the Zodiac Killer.
Loading up the vehicle to
No idea where the keys are. Would look so bad about being you do.
Real Mitch Snow, here we go. Here is his claim that he's the son of the Zodiac Killer. Then he went on to beg for money. And there it is right there. I can prove this with DNA that my dad is the Zodiac Killer. I know some of y'all are stupid and you think, maybe he is the Zodiac Killer's son. Now, where is all of this? Because this was huge. She hinged everything on this stuff for months and months and months. And none of this is anywhere anymore. She's moved on because all this is retarded. It's embarrassing. Then it was 33 was the key. We just covered this the other day, right? I didn't even know this one because I don't watch all her stuff. So this was 33.
Police assassination, when virtually nothing they were telling us made any sense. And all of the leaders who were communicating to us just felt the need to keep saying 33.
And that was about, I think I had it was like 33 minutes before he was killed.
Charlie Kirk was assassinated at UVU in the afternoon. About a 33-hour manhunt ensued.
And for 33 hours. In 33 hours.
They're all repeating the same timeline. So this is retarded.
We have made historic progress for Charlie.
Yeah, we get it. 33, 33, 33. Look, it is, in my educated opinion, the most obvious signaling ever, alerting those that are in the cult that this was a hit that was done by the cult and for the cult. Out of all of the Freemason lodges in the world, every Freemason lodge has a number associated with it. The one that is in St. George, Utah, which is where Tyler Robinson was brought in, is lodge number 33. Okay, 33 also being the country code for Paris. All of these people are guilty and working together is what it seems to be to me and the much more rational public. They're willing to look you in the face and gaslight you and be all cheesy, like 33, 33, 33. Well, Cash Patel said 33. I get it. 33's got a lot of money, so you're gonna get the stupid influencers out there trying to make.
Okay, you're saying she's right. How do you prove that because they said 33 hours, this is Masonic code? How do you prove that? I mean, do you understand that if I say the word, use the letter or the number 3, does that mean I'm referring to the 3rd degree of the Blue Lodge? Does that prove that? Are you this stupid?
You subscribe to Idiocracy. Remember that one press conference where they were all performative and saying
I mean, this is a person who can't pronounce basic words. Like, you understand that you're hinging your analysis on a person that literally mispronounces basic words, like constantly.
The cream of the pie.
She doesn't even know the cliches. The cream of the crop or the cream of the pie?
Elite of the Mormon culture, the cream of the pie. They get
the cream of the pie. Now, why is that relevant? Because she's not competent in terms of reading comprehension. When she sees words, she doesn't know how to pronounce them or even what half of the words that she mispronounces actually mean. She misuses them all the time.
Of my show, trying to find me mispronouncing words, calling out Candace Owens and waiting for her to make a mistake so they can try to delegitimize every effort that she is making to get to the bottom of this thing. Legitimatize. People were just trying to delegitimize why the crime scene was immediately paved over and the soil was excavated. This caricature of Candace Owens, there's been so much toxicity. All the toxicity. I am saying this in its true denotative meaning. It is a biennial joint military operation. Sex slave was hired by music mogul. The Ukrainians now have.
I mean, she doesn't know basic terms.
Yachts. They've got shallots in Switzerland. The IDF even dropped napalm. Candace, have you had a chance to see the Michael biopic yet? I wanted to see the Michael biopic. Wield a cutlass, the machete, with such flourish, like Fruit of the Loom. Apparently, there was no cornucopia. I am so very disappointed in Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi, who all made these grandiose promises. Many people within the White House believe
grandiose.
But it was staged as well because of some other security protocol anomalies that took place that night. And we're going to say we're not going to be isolationalists because we're just going, when are we allowed to just be isolationist? We're going isolationist, us having any shred of moral decency.
Who cares? Who cares? This means she's not competent. She's not actually educated in these subjects. She doesn't know the basic pronunciation of pretty common terms. So why are you going to trust her intrepid journalism skills and geopolitical analysis skills if she's not competent in terms of reading, you idiots?
And seeing upset about that somehow makes us monstrous. You know, this monstrosity was a part of the.
No, it has nothing to do with whether she's a talented orator. It's reading comprehension and skills, dummy.
Monstrosity. The monstrosity, it really wakes you up to the monstrosity. And a CEO.
Monstrosity? These aren't even hard words, dummies.
And a chairman has to compartmentalize. If you can't compartmentalize, there's a philosophy class called
Compartmentalize.
Your Sam, and he used to come in every day with a debacle.
She doesn't know what the word debacle is.
Taylor Swift was somehow involved in this entire debacle. The Kanye West debacle, Christ is King debacle, the Christ is King non-debacle, Jeffrey Epstein, this whole debacle, Epstein debacle, and him wanting to move on from the Epstein debacle, the FISA debacle, the Hamptons debacle, whole debacle, and that whole debacle, entire debacle. We knew a kerfluffle happened as this dress kerfluffle causes this whole race kerfluffle, a serious kerfluffle. I did not grow up in a Prince household beyond a couple of his major hits, namely Raspberry Beret.
Raspberry Beret. The freaking song says Raspberry Beret.
Retired Green Beret to do it again posthumously. Posthumous. What did I say? Posthumously instead of posthumously. And so I'll give you an analogy, or actually an anecdote, not even an anecdote, a little anecdote. Everybody uses the terminology blitz, blitzkrieg. Blitz means lightning. Krieg means war. A blitzkrieg, like, Catholic, no, he just liked the architecture. He loved the architecture.
Architecture. It reminds me when rednecks in Tennessee call it Walmarts. I'm about to head down to Walmarts. You mean Karl Marx? No, Walmarts.
It was about the architecture. Like, yeah, no, like he loved the architecture and the architecture. In ways that you can honor Charlie. Stop telling us that it has to always be Miss Macabre. Became and this is correct, an
She doesn't know what macabre is. Macabre?
adolescent psychiatric nurse. Obligatory.
Adolescent.
Does the obligatory, doing the obligatory. We're obligatory. Obligatory. Tyler.
Now, and the people that are defending her, you guys in the audience, you're actually retarded because you also don't know how to read. That's why you fall for this, because you're also a retard.
Boyer then jumped into the foray. Then Alex Jones jumped into the foray. Tracy Martin, Erica's dear, long 15-year friend, jumped into the foray. And because these chips are made with real food, they are more satiating. Much more satiating. More satiating. More satiating. They are more satiating. Towards the end of Obama, we started hearing all of this rhetoric, that rhetoric, this rhetoric. My rhetoric, the wisdom of Solomon, it came to be seen as an amulet or a talisman.
An omelet. Solomon's omelet. Solomon's omelet. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean. I know you think I'm being mean, but you're hinging your whole cult on a person who is a midwit, like an intellectual, educated midwit person. And this is who you're banking on. And you're all retarded.
Jews and that like medieval jewelry, like everything that we're learning about
medieval jewelry. She doesn't even know how to pronounce the things that she's criticizing. Jewelry? No, jewelry.
Medieval jewelry is a lie, and there have been so many concerted attacks. Definitely am seeing a concerted attack, concerted effort. Concerted effort. Obviously, that's pretty reminiscent. Yeah, it's eerily.
She doesn't know the word. She says it's reminiscent. Reminiscent is reminiscent.
Reminiscent is reminiscent. It is reminiscent. It's sounding a bit reminiscent. Very reminiscent. So reminiscent.
Now, if you made the mistake once, okay, learn why you said it wrong and how that's a totally different word. But to just breeze on and continue and quadruple down, this is so weird.
It's becoming very much reminiscent borough that has been corrupt. The borough of alcohol and tobacco, federal bureau of investigation.
Federal bureau. The bureau?
FBI borough, federal borough, state borough, or borough. The boroughs. What is the borough doing? All of these bureaucrats among bureaucrats into the bureaucrats borough. Were you brought into an FBI borough? Maybe he's being a little hyperbolic, being facetious a little bit, hyperbolic. Like, I'm being hyperbolic, extremely hyperbolic. This hyperbolic. Okay, I'm probably being a little hyper.
Yeah, so not competent with normal average terminology, words, and pronunciation, what they mean, but she's going to decode all of these legal documents for you guys. Yeah, good luck with that.
Hyperbolic, not trying to be hyperbolic.
How are you gonna know where he goes and shit?
I'm being hyperbolic. The Matrix hates me. I will never win any more accolades. He handed all.
She doesn't know what the word accolade is. Accolades.
All these accolades.
Accolades.
You certainly aren't going to win any accolades. The Hormuz Strait, Malacca, Japan, Gibraltar.
Gibraltar is Gibraltar.
I always say that wrong. Gibraltar.
Yeah. Gibraltar.
No, Gibraltar.
Yeah. Yeah, who cares about reading comprehension? Who cares? It doesn't even matter if you have a reading comprehension.
You guys know what I'm trying to say there. It's such a ridiculous way to try to delegitimize the research that we have done.
Yes. If you can't pronounce, read, comprehend basic words, you're just delegitimatizing her compartmentalizations. Gibraltar. Bless you. Did you sneeze? Anyway, yeah, I don't think that tomorrow's debate is actually going to go that well for Candace. And I do disagree with certain points. I do believe that there is unresolved questions, particularly shutting down, questions of foreign involvement. I think that's a big key indicator. I think Harrison Smith's text message is a interesting piece of data. But like that's still has really nothing to do with the case, because none of these claims have been brought into the trial. I mean, why wouldn't the defense bring this information if it was all the key to exonerating their witness, or their defense, excuse me. I'm trying to remember if I'm forgetting something that I wanted to get to. Oh, yes. So this lunatic that I warned you about for years. How many years did I tell you that Brother Nathaniel was a lunatic? I've been saying that probably for over 10 years, maybe 15, because I first saw him 15 years ago. Where's my, I did a response on this. I can't find it now. Anyway, long story short, so Brother Nathaniel is leaving Orthodoxy explicitly. Even he was too crazy for the true Orthodox lunatics. And now he's becoming an SSPX monk. Yes, you heard me right. Brother Nathaniel is leaving Orthodoxy. I told you he was a heretic a long time ago because he denied basic Orthodox teaching like theosis. I told you he was a lunatic. I told you he was insane. And now he has apostatized officially to the SSPX to become a supposedly Roman Catholic tradcat monk. And I just want to point out how many of you retards that defended him, and how, oh, you're scared to debate Brother Nathaniel. You are terrified, and he calls you out. And now he is becoming an SSPX. Now, Rocor booted him a long time ago because they said he's crazy. I was received into the SSPX as a monk in continuity with Eastern Orthodox monastic life. Well, first of all, you idiot, it wouldn't be Eastern Orthodox monastic life because that would be schismatic. It would be Eastern Rite monastic life, not Eastern Orthodox monastic life. But he's too stupid to even know that. But this is an obvious mental ill lunatic person. I mean, he was trying to literally hit on Dasha like 2 weeks ago. He was literally sliding into her DMs, getting her digits. I told you for years he was insane. And this guy attacked me for nothing initially. He just came at me for nothing, literally for nothing. I ignored this guy. I never even responded or interacted with this retard, except then to later call him insane. And who was correct? Guys, I want you to say, I know you don't want to admit it, who was correct about Brother Nathaniel? I'm not saying that he's bad because merely he changed his positions, you retards. Look how you cover up even when I'm right, you don't want to admit it. Even when I'm right, I'm still wrong with you retards. So what? He changed his position. Yeah, he apostatized. What are you talking about? Like, you didn't see red flags when he said Orthodoxy doesn't teach theosis? You didn't see red flags when he said, I don't care what any Orthodox bishop says, they're all wrong? And everybody knows he's mentally unstable. He's on meds. And it's weird that like 100,000 people want to follow an admitted unstable, mentally ill person. And it doesn't matter how insane people are. Like you can still build a giant audience, just literally being mentally insane. And it's obvious, I think, to most people. Well, that's where we are. By the way, you can get tickets for DebateCon 9. I'll be debating David Wood, 2 public formal debates right here. We already know what David Wood's going to do. He's just going to repeat Gavin Ortland's low-tier anti-icon arguments. Already know all of that. What is praying the rosary going to do? Are you serious? Like, how is that going to make me Roman Catholic? You guys are so stupid, man. I can't help you Roman Catholics anymore. I don't know what to tell you. You guys are something else, man. Maybe we should move on to Brotherhood of Eternal Love. The Brotherhood of Eternal Love. Because I watched the full documentary and took notes. And to be honest with you, this documentary is not that interesting. It's okay. Basically, it's relevant, but I'm going to summarize it for you. And I want to hit some of these Roman Catholic arguments too, by the way, but we shift gears now to the 60s counterculture. We've been covering this for many, many years, how this was a psyop. And I think this will help demonstrate that, because this is a documentary made about this group of the largest LSD traffickers back towards the end of the 60s counterculture revolution. This is 1966 to 68 is this rough time period. And this is an assorted group of boomers who were not in the Haight-Ashbury district. Some of these people will have some overlap with the Haight-Ashbury district. That's the most famous, widely known, hippie stuff. But there's stuff going on all over California. And so this is the Laguna Beach people. So this is a bunch of surfers and boomers, probably overlapping with some of the Laurel Canyon scene. So as time goes by, we're beginning to, piece together a lot of different areas of the 1960s counterculture revolution, mainly in California. Very important, because the seedbed for that is California, and then it filters out to the rest of middle America via the counterculture, via the music, and via the drug scene. But there were some very important pieces of the data that were put together in this documentary that were new to me. I was not that familiar with this scene in Southern California, Laguna Beach and whatnot, but they were very important. As these boomers begin to discuss their experiences, they note that the LSD was for them a religious experience. And that's interesting, because a lot of the other circles don't necessarily make it as religious as these guys did. And they were directly related to Timothy Leary. Of course, Timothy Leary credits the CIA with the totality of the entire 60s countercultural revolution. But a lot of these guys, including people like Johnny Grigg, Michael Randall, Grigg or Griggs, I forget what it is, but some of them began as actually greasers. So this Johnny Grigg guy, who's interesting, I think he's passed on. He's dead. Didn't interview him, but he was actually a greaser, aka Stephen King style bully greaser, who was in a gang, and he would do street fights, and he stole a bag of LSD, which was a hot new drug at the time. And he took that drug unknowingly. He didn't really know what he got a hold of. And for fun, he took a bunch of LSD, and it happened to be super potent LSD. He had this insane level going up on a mountain and seeing God type of experience. And he became convinced that he was supposed to initiate America into a new religion. And he started gathering around a bunch of surfer bros. So basically this is like, boomer, Beach Boy listening people, that this guy, Grigg, Johnny Griggs, initiates into his little surfer cult. There's a whole bunch of these guys. Travis Ashbrook. I think this is the Grigg guy. So he initiates people. This is his wife, Carol Griggs. She's interviewed a lot throughout this documentary. I don't know if Johnny Griggs was himself a Mormon. That would be interesting to check out because he was at BYU University. So let's see if we can find his profile. And I'll try to move quickly through this information because it was very relevant. So this is late 60s, early 70s, Orange County. John Griggs was a member of a car gang called the Street Sweepers in Anaheim. They robbed a Hollywood movie producer and stole a giant stash of LSD. Griggs then tried a bunch of it, had a dramatic transformation, decided that he was now initiated and he was supposed to bring a new religious consciousness to America. The guys interviewed said, "We saw ourselves as the new holy men, the new saints, the new drug dealers." So they literally combined themselves into being holy men, sages, and drug dealers all at once. Yeah, shout out to Patristic Faith in the chat. And Carol at the time was essentially because she said she was actually anti-drug. She had a very strict kind of conservative Christian upbringing. She did not believe in doing drugs, and she just kind of let her husband, do what he did. She didn't pay much attention to it. And a lot of this, by the way, is, I would say, pretty criminal, because what a lot of the people in the Brotherhood of Eternal Love do is actually secretly dose. Argue this is almost like perhaps getting close to intentional, like that's almost like manslaughter level stuff, because you can kill people, or people can become not fully capable of their rational faculties and kill themselves, and then you would be liable for murder if something bad happened when you drug these people. Well, they drugged their wife in her orange juice, and so they forcibly initiated her. And a lot of the people in this group did the exact same thing. For example, they went to the one of the student riots. I think the student riots at, I forget which university. One of the student riot at the, not Chicago, but one of the other universities, Berkeley, maybe had student riots, and they would actually dose a bunch of the soldiers unknowingly. So they took all these hippie chicks who had been LSD initiated, you could say, and they were passing out drinks to all the soldiers and dosing all the soldiers. So these people were pretty hard. These were not, no, you have no audio? Or are you guys just trolling me? Test. It says there's audio right there. It's not muted. Let's see. It says it's good stream health. Can you guys hear me? There's no audio for me. Yeah, there's no audio on her because I'm not playing them. Yeah, I don't know why. Just refresh, because there is. Yeah, I'm not muted, so just hit refresh. So, they all start partying together, all part of the same sort of surf cult. They decide that what's happening is more than just a drug trip, but they're actually, quote, communing with the powers beyond themselves, powers and energies that could create a new religion. And so Tim Leary says, quote, "We will create a new religion and we will revolutionize the entire country." There's a really great Leary quotes in this documentary, which is very crucial. He even says at one point, "We decided together with Brotherhood of Eternal Love that we would flood the entire country with LSD and other drugs, hashish, to revolutionize and wake up and initiate the country." Again, the thing that surprised me about this documentary was that they were much more organized crime-like in their structure. They're even called basically the hippie mafia by some people. The hippie mafia would engage in all kinds of underhanded activities, including beating the shit out of people. So these are not your free love hippies. These are we'll beat your ass, we're surfer hippies. They branched out from selling weed and LSD locally to try to make bigger gains by going to the Middle America and East Coast markets, where they decided that you could make a lot more money, because even though LSD was rampant there in Orange County, the other Middle America drug scenes would pay a lot more because they didn't have access to hashish and to LSD. But in order to to supply these markets, they needed much larger stashes of hashish, and so they actually began flying to other countries. I think they even went to Germany, which is weird. They went to Germany at one point, and then they started going to Afghanistan to purchase hashish directly. Now, this is very relevant for espionage, because we know that this is right before the CIA began their Mujahideen program in the late 1970s to train the Mujahideen to fight the Soviets. We also know that, of course, the CIA bought off the Arab warlords. They would pay them with gold. They would pay them with duffel bags of cash. And there was a deal, of course, made with the Taliban and other groups for heroin hashish production. Now, this documentary does not say anything about the CIA, but what's fascinating is that there's really no way that these guys could have been flying in and out of Afghanistan, trafficking in hashish, without some degree of CIA knowledge and approval. I think this immediately connects these people to the CIA. Of course, we have the direct connection through Tim Leary. These were the main suppliers of Leary, and what eventually happens is that their brand of very potent LSD, their hits, were called Orange Sunshine. These became sort of the primo versions of acid. In fact, they even supplied the Beatles. Not John Lennon, but Paul McCartney discusses doing Orange Sunshine LSD. You have even at one point, this was so popular that Dan Aykroyd mentions Orange Sunshine on Saturday Night Live at one point in the 70s. So this becomes kind of the primo LSD that's out there. It's super potent. And they wanted it to be super potent because they believed that they had a religious commission, a divine religious commission. And the funniest and saddest part of this documentary is that as you listen to all these boomers describing their journey and their process, that's the Griggs guy there, they still believe that they are divinely ordained prophets. Basically, they never grew out of being like 16-year-old like drug heads, and they still tout the fact that they were more spiritual than any of the gurus around them. In fact, they even say, a lot of people think Tim Leary was like, leading the charge, but like we were actually the spiritual foundation for Tim Leary. Like Tim Leary got all of his holiness from us, and they even call it holiness. They're like, Griggs was like a super holy man, dude. He was like so holy, dude. And then you're like, well, what exactly is it, the holiness? Well, he just like saw into reality, man. He could see we're all one. Just literally all the lowest tier bullshit you've ever heard. Here, let me play this Leary section here.
Whatever that was.
Well, the experience that you have when you take LSD is there's a sense of being in communion with powers greater than yourself and intelligence which far outstrips the human mind and energies which are very ancient.
Johnny.
So you're invoking and participating in the powers and energies of the ancient deities, is what Tim Leary is saying. That's why it's a religious commitment for these guys. So they get very successful. They're very successful in their international hashish and LSD ring. They sold weed too, but I think they did a lot better money-wise with the other products. So they actually become international drug dealers. And what's wild is that they have no compunction thinking that they are shamans, prophets, and holy men who deal drugs. They're like, yeah, we might be, organized crime, but we're also holy men. Like they never even blink to think that like those things don't make any sense. Like throughout the entire documentary, they're like, yeah, man, we're basically, you know, we're still holy men, man. This guy right here, right, he's a big part of it, but listen to him.
Ourselves, very proud student activists.
Racism, women wanting to be.
Number of years.
Now, this is important. Here's their mission. What were they guided by in terms of their philosophy? Listen to this ethic.
We were representing a lot of draft resistors at the time and a lot of drug dealers at the time. My basic view of the law was that anybody our government didn't like couldn't be all bad, so we represented criminals. We were very political ourselves, very proud student activists.
Then he says that this is a key line here. I don't want to get dinged with the music.
I mean, I think the 60s was the perfect storm in so many ways. With all the background of people just getting sick and tired of racism, women wanting to be treated more equally in society.
So, racism and feminism, man. So these are the original wokies. The boomer wokies. Boomers gave rise to the wokies. Oh, we're going to fight racism, man, and we're going to make women empowered and equal, man. How are you going to do that? Through just fucking our brains out and getting high as hell, man. Obviously, that's the only way, dude.
We're in their cars and campers.
We were starting to realize that more and more people shared the vision that we'd had, which was great. We're thinking, oh yeah, this is really good. You know, it's spreading. It's spreading like we were hoping it would.
Drugs are just an everyday part of life here.
Yeah, man. Freaking drugs are just part of life, man. You just like, it's free your mind, man. Anyway, I'm going to summarize it. You get the idea what's going on. LSD is soon, during this period, actually made illegal. That's why this becomes an illegal drug trade. They believe that they have a religious mandate to fight the state by pushing LSD and initiating America. Again, they all call it a religious initiation to change the entire frequency and mindset of the country, man, and then the whole world, dude. They're doing it to create an equal, fair, feminist world without racism, man. They create the largest batch of acid, 120 million doses. That's industrial grade. I think that even surpasses Dave McGowan's Stanley Owsley numbers. I forget the exact numbers, but in the Laurel Canyon scene, you had this very sus, seemingly deep state character, Owsley Stanley or whatever, Stanley Owsley, whatever his name is. He does massive batches of this. Well, apparently the Brotherhood of Eternal Love was doing even larger doses, basically dosing and supplying everybody with acid, including the Beatles, etc. Eventually, they decide the best front for pushing acid would actually be to create an art gallery. They do have some images of it in here. I don't know if I could find it, but they set up, I think in Laguna Beach or something. They set up like an art gallery that's a front for like all the LSD. And eventually everybody knows that they're doing this, and their art gallery gets firebombed, gets destroyed. And they take that as a sign that we're not welcome here anymore, man. We're just trying to free you. And then Reagan, who's governor of California, cracks down on Tim Leary for pushing all this stuff. So Tim Leary gets arrested, by the way, not for LSD. He gets arrested for a very small amount of marijuana, which is kind of bizarre because it's like, why wouldn't you arrest him for all this other stuff? Well, they find a small amount of marijuana and they're going to give him 30 years. 30 years for marijuana. Like, dude, all this other stuff is like 500 times way worse. And here's the crazy part. The Weather Underground. We all know about the communist fake foundation funded Weather Underground, right? This is, let me play you those clips of these idiot boomers who were communists And they were basically pretty much run by feds, right? Admittedly, everybody kind of knows this now. And their main dude, who ended up being like a foundation funded, like insider Fed guy. I'm trying to remember, like Alex had him on, they had a debate. What's that guy's name? He works for like a Clinton Foundation thing now, of course. Let me see. I'll find it here if I can look it up. Bill Ayers, that's it. Okay, so Bill Ayers is the guy, the boomer that was running the Weather Underground, this guy right here. And of course, now he just works for some like big globalist think tank NGO. we can find it out here. Let's see. Ayers went on to become a professor at University of Chicago, which is a Rockefeller created university. He was very close to Obama, always friends with Obama. He married Bernadine Dorn, who was the other leader of the Weather Underground. So these are basically NGO foundation funded communists, and they always were, by the way. But I wanted to see what foundation he went to work for, some big foundation, because it came up when Alex debated him. So he had a debate with Alex Jones maybe 10, 15 years ago. It was a pretty interesting debate, actually, because Alex was bringing up, well, if you're an anti-system communist, how come you're working at like these giant, is it Annenberg Foundation? I'm trying to remember what he worked for. Anyway, it all comes up in the interview with Alex Jones. You would have to dig though to find that. Let's see if we can figure out what he worked for. But if you remember back in the elections in like 2016, and then even before that 2012 election, do you remember that like people like Glenn Beck were making a huge deal about Bill Ayers and Bernadine Dorn? Like Glenn Beck would talk about them every day, right? And it's like, dude, are you serious? Like these foundation funded Annenberg Foundation. Yeah, he's part of the Annenberg Foundation. So this is foundation funded fake communists. Hassan Piker is today's version of this exact same thing right here. And nobody ever thinks to look at who funds this stuff. If you were going to actually stop the commies, maybe you look at the foundations that fund this stuff, like the Reese Committee did back in the 50s and 60s. So Ayers was a member of the Woods Fund in Chicago, he was co-board members with Obama. And this just provided all the boomers with the fake boomer slop idea that we got to fight the commies like Obama and Bill Ayers. The commies? Who was Obama's biggest donor? Goldman Sachs? Those commies? You idiots. The bankers are the commies, dummy. That's the whole point here. Now, how does this connect? Well, the Brotherhood of Eternal Love gets the Weather Underground to break Timothy Leary out of jail. This is crazy. This was the wildest part of the documentary. I forget where it was. Let me see if we can find a clip of that. The Weathermen lead the prison escape of Tim Leary. Watch this.
Probably push.
He literally just walked out. What? How do you just walk out? I mean, this is so, like, obviously they just let him go because he's working with the CIA, obviously.
Great.
What group of ragtag retard hippies can pull off this kind of a thing? And again, we all know Timothy Leary was working with the CIA, but it's admitted. We know that. So, obviously this is being aided and fronted. It's a front for. It's funny because everything that they push, and by the way, throughout that Boomer documentary, they're all just repeating the fact that we're just Americans, man. America is freedom. In other words, they actually believe consistent with their epistemic faulty first principles of Enlightenment liberalism and classical liberalism and libertarianism. Hey man, we're freaking free, man. I'm free to be a communist one day and be a anarcho-capitalist the next day, man. I'm free. But the weirdest part is that he just walked out. How did he just walk out of the prison?
This is the first communication from the Weatherman Underground. And revolutionaries are freaks. If you want to find us, this is where we are. In every tribe, commune, dormitory, farmhouse, barrack.
What does this remind you of? It reminds you of Antifa and the Democratic Socialists of America, DSA today. It's the exact same fake funded bullshit.
Knock those motherfuckers who control this thing right on their ass.
It's exactly the same model of the cutout of BLM, Antifa, and they're organized, funded by wealthy individuals who are not communists and socialists. These are just low-level retard dupes that serve oligarchical dialectics. Now, I'm trying to remember, did they bomb the police station where Tim Leary was, or did they bomb some other place? But in this case, because they said he just walked out in the Sunshine documentary, which I'm trying to figure out. How would that be possible? He made his escape from the California men's colony September 13, 1970. And then he flies to Algiers. This is so crazy. But let me remind you of this. This is good too.
Influential positions in America to influence the masses. One such disciple was former Harvard professor turned drug guru Timothy Leary. Timothy Leary, the defunct Harvard professor, led the drug revolution in the 1960s as he handed out mescaline and LSD like it was candy to the youth. This in turn opened up the hippie youth of the West to the pagan demonic gods of the East, who were also promoted by Aleister Crowley. We can see here that Timothy Leary is under a painting which bears the number of the Antichrist, 666, who is prophesied to rule the world until he's destroyed by Christ at Armageddon. Timothy Leary claimed that he came to the realization that he was to usher in Crowley's new age when he was using Crowley's tarot cards. Leary asked the question, who am I and what is my destiny? Leary claims that he then cut to the Ace of Disc. Robert Anton Wilson declared, this shows a large disc bearing the Greek letters to Megatherion, the great beast. Leary interpreted this to mean that he is Crowley.
This is all true, by the way. I've read this in multiple different accounts.
Crowley reborn and is supposed to
Leary openly says this in interviews.
Complete the work Crowley began. On a PBS interview, Timothy Leary let his hair down and admitted that he was carrying on Satanist Aleister Crowley's work and that the 1960s is when the plan began to come to fruition.
Well, I've been an admirer of Aleister Crowley. I think that I'm carrying on much of the work that he started over 100 years ago, and I think the 60s themselves. You know, Crowley said he was in favor of finding your own self and do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, under love. It was a very powerful statement. I'm sorry he isn't around now to appreciate the glories that he started.
As Satan guided Crowley, Crowley declared that his writings were to be, quote, circulated among the young, end quote. Crowley predicted that America would pick up, quote, a few axioms on which a working majority can agree, a few dogmas which it could rally. Do what thou wilt, of course, became do your own thing, and if it feels good, do it in the 1960s. Timothy Leary came up with a few of his own.
He looked out at that crowd and he said, turn on, tune in, that's right, and drop out.
Turn on, tune in, and drop out. We're turned on, and we're tuned in, and we're very dropped out.
Turn on, tune in, and drop out.
Turn on, tune in, and drop out became turn on, tune in, and take over, as the easily led Crowleyan youth culture was deceived into believing that they had received spiritual enlightenment, when in fact they had swung the door open to Satan and his plan to destroy the world. Satan had effectively slipped in his destructive teachings to undermine traditional moral values through the cloak of a supposed anti-materialistic peace movement. Crowley taught that his satanic doctrine should be cloaked under the lie of love, and he believed...
What's funny is everywhere you go in the whole 60s counterculture hippie movement, everything, when you look a little bit under the surface, it's immediately organized crime and Satanism and feds. Like, it's always like super dark. It's murder, it's ritual abuse, it's unaliving, it's all of it, and explicit, like, satanic stuff. Here's another Leary quote or clip here.
Safe houses were not the only testing grounds. Millions of dollars would be spent on LSD research at universities throughout the country, and word would begin to...
That's all. That's all part of MK Ultra, the money that's funding all the universities researching LSD.
Spread on campus about this so-called mind-blowing drug, and suddenly there was the counterculture of the 60s.
I give the CIA a total credit for sponsoring and initiating the entire consciousness movement, counterculture events of the 1960s.
Dr. Timothy Leary, the 1960s Johnny Appleseed of LSD.
The CIA funded and supported and encouraged hundreds of young psychiatrists to experiment with this drug. The fallout from that was that the young psychologists began taking it themselves, discovering that it was an intelligence-enhancing, consciousness-raising experience.
I know that some of the studies in which the CIA had supported used as subjects people who later became strong proselytizers of LSD. So, you know, in that sense, yes, I think it did sustain the perpetuation of the use of the drug. And it's rather ironic, isn't it?
All right, so to close out the discussion then, when they moved out all their operation, the Brotherhood of Eternal Love, they basically eventually got raided. The feds raided them, all the different members of it. Johnny Griggs himself, oddly enough, has a mysterious death. They don't understand how he died, but basically he took some massive dose of psilocybin, and then he said, by the way, babe, I'm leaving. So he told his wife he was like transcending, man, and then he just like fell over, and they don't know why this heroic dose or whatever he took somehow killed him, because I don't think, I mean, you can go crazy, but typically, you know, a hallucinogen doesn't kill you. It might fry your brain and you'll be schizophrenic, but usually it doesn't kill you. So for some reason, this dude just fell over. He was done. He was the spiritual shaman, the holy man of the Brotherhood. So a lot of them fled to other places. Some of them went to Mexico. Some of them flew to other countries and tried to live. Some people think so you think it was poisoned? Because the other people took the same dose and they didn't die. Some of them went to, I guess, Algiers with Tim Leary, but they had become an international organization. And yeah, that's it. And at the end of the documentary, they actually take credit. They say, oh, like, we were like the real revolution, man. Here, I'll let you hear what he says. He's like, we changed the country, man. Like, we initiated everybody. You can think they basically say the collapse of the country, like, we did it, man. We did good, dude.
Lost faith. There was too much at stake. We were a unit, and whatever we went through together as a group, as a couple, as a family.
In the people that had that experience, that were there.
You know, all these retard boomers still literally have all their same delusions. Yeah, man, we like saved the country, man. We changed the world for the good, dude.
That experience of that special time, it'll be with them forever. They'll carry it past their graves, man.
Say the other guy owes them $500,000.
Their graves, man.
No, they're paid.
Oh, okay. We don't have Social Security. We have nothing. If I don't pay my rent next month, we're on the street. There probably isn't one of us that couldn't say the other guy owes him $500,000. But I imagine if he paid the $500,000, he paid the half, that would all there would be, it would be even. in the end, because everybody's got a story. But we don't care. It isn't like somebody else burned us or took anything. We're bros. We don't care. It all's a wash. We're here. We love each other. Awesome, dude. I'm happy to spend the day with you, because things don't change. Those things don't change. Once you really are the same and one and brothers and real friends, it doesn't matter. Time can't space friends. You just are.
Because I think all of it is very American. Even the drugs, the psychedelics, we have a lot of freedoms here.
It's America, man.
And we exercise those freedoms to the...
It's America, man. What's more American than putting LSD in your butt and everything else in your butt? That's what America is, just stuffing things in your butt. That's it. That's life. That's identity, is butts and putting things in them.
To experiment the way that we did and to travel worldwide and to take big risks.
To go to India and put things in Indians' butts, to have the Indians put things in my butt. It's spirituality. It's freedom. It's America, man.
That's an American story. I really do.
Never been afraid. If it took us out as we were doing it, we'd have been taken out. It just didn't happen to us. It happened to a lot of other people.
I want to get to the point where they say, like, how they basically saved the world. It's so diluted, dude. Listen to this.
We were outlaws, yes. We broke the law, you betcha. Laws were wrong, we have to break
giant gay flag
them if they're wrong, because we had a goal of wanting to turn on the world.
Yeah, man, we saved the world, man.
In only 50 years, we have organic foods in all kinds of places. The changes that have bloomed.
Oh, yeah, we could have never had organic food without these retards. Yeah, literally, nobody else ever thought of organic food until these boomer tards came up with it.
All around the world as a result of people taking psychedelics.
So if boomers weren't screwing everybody and blasting their mind on LSD, you wouldn't have organic fruit. They didn't exist. Like, gardens didn't exist until boomers reinvented them.
I know for sure that Steve Jobs took sunshine. I know positively that the guy that discovered the double helix DNA was high on acid. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, so if Steve Jobs did acid, then that's like that. Yeah, everybody's got to do acid, and we've got to communicate with the DMT clockwork elves, because that's the only way to have iPhones.
Sunshine. What we were involved in is human enlightenment. That's no small thing.
Yeah, man. Oh, we're like the greatest
120
people.
million doses.
We're the greatest people ever, man. 120 million doses, bro. Here it is right here.
What we were involved in is human enlightenment. That's no small thing. I mean, 120 million doses of acid? That's called turning on the world, man.
Yeah, man. We like saved the freaking planet or whatever, dude. But here you get the same. Look, notice all the boomer commonalities here. We're saving the world, man. Like the Messiah complex. I'm saving the world, man. I'm having free love and blasting my mind on acid to save the world, man. Dad, why are you spending all of my college inheritance and money on fat hippie women? I'm saving the world, man. I'm seeking enlightenment. And I put things in my butt to do that. That's my boomer tard meditation pose. See, I'm sitting like this here. Ooh, I got things in my butt right now, and I've got enlightenment. I'm sitting on a banana, and I'm getting enlightened. Oh, my third eyes, Kundalini's is open up. Saving the world. Aren't you thankful? Why are you not thanking the boomers for saving the world? You wouldn't have vegetables without them. You would never have had a vegetable if they didn't save the world. If they didn't put things in their butt, you wouldn't have anything. And you're not even, look at you, you spoiled little brat, not thankful. How dare you not thank the boomers for enlightening America? We're saving the world, man. I'm just, next time somebody challenges your degeneracy, guilt trip them and say, why are you not thankful that I'm saving the world, dude? Why are you putting things in your butt? Excuse me, I am saving the world right now through enlightenment. It's spiritual, it's Kundalini or whatever. And you should be thankful. You spoiled brat. Kundalini. That's what they're all about. I'm all about that Kundalini. Goondalini. You got to open up that Goondalini. Third eye, dude. All right. I think that's everything for the boomer rant for the day. I'm getting kind of tired. I don't know if I got energy to keep going. Yeah, y'all have been gracious with super chats, so maybe we need to start doing those. Let's see. I need some of them Goondalini super chats coming through, y'all. Y'all got to pay the bills. Y'all got to pay up. Like I told you at the beginning, I don't debate for free no more. Son. I got a 1 Bitcoin minimum to even show my face. I do not show my face at a public event without a 1 Bitcoin minimum, son. You don't see this face until I see a Bitcoin confirmed in my wallet. And I'm going to open up your third eye right now. Goondalini with me right now. Kundalini. Serpent force. All right. Let's see. Super chats. Adam says for $15, Jay, I disagree with you on religion. However, enjoy your streams. You are allowed to still enjoy the streams, even if you disagree with me theologically. You're still allowed to enjoy them. I'm oneness Pentecostal. Oh, we did that 2 days ago. Excuse me. J-Mel. Jay, you're streaming. God bless. Thank you. Tingu, $10. Jay, do these sunglasses stay on when you debate in the bathtub? No, because I take baths in the dark. True story. I take my bath in the dark so I can put things in my kundalinis. He's opening his third eye with the banana in his booty hole. That's the only way. How else are you going to get enlightened? Zuck, $5. Would you debate Jesse on Fire? I don't know who that is. He is a Candace simp cheerleader. He does no research and he acts like he knows everything. Well, it sounds like it'd be easy debate. Does he do any debates? So yeah, I'm open to that. Open to it. Storm the Cat, $10. When the Protestants took out the Deuterocanon, is it like a modified form of Marcionism? Marcion, for example, wanted to remove the whole Old Testament. You could point out some similarities. I don't think that the Protestants, except for Luther, had a Marcionite tendency. So in Luther's case, yes, there's actual Marcionite. You know, he says stuff like, I hate the law, I hate Moses, I want to, quote, I want to punch Moses' teeth out. So I would say in Luther's case, there is a Marcionite tendency. Calvin, more so Judaizing, so it would be in the opposite direction. Intrinsic, $5. Terror Group, Mexican Cartel, Intel, Secret Societies, and Wine Moms. JUF with everybody. Well, you can thank Father Deacon Dr. Ananias for recommending the Brotherhood of Eternal Love. He goes on AJ sometimes. Dude, I've been hosting for 6 years. I don't understand why people... I've literally hosted for 6 years, bro. Get it straight. Nudies Volt, $20. Jay, this is proof that you're mean. You are scared. You run from Protestant. You run from Muslim. You run from Catholic. You run from Prophet ChatGPT, peace be upon him. The only way that you can win is to only debate an ortho AI. Yes, I've completely been exposed. Even after 10 years of debating everybody, I am terrified and scared and have never done anything in debate, ever. I've never debated anybody, never done anything formal. It's all, doesn't matter anymore. I'm totally terrified. I mean, again, think about it. Debates take, for me, a lot of time and prep. You guys know that, for example, before the last time I debated Jake, not the most recent, but before that, I read that whole stupid Ibn Taymiyyah book. That took forever. It was so boring. You think I want to read boring Islamic texts? No. And that was before AI was everywhere. So I wasn't using AI for it. It was boring as hell. That's a lot of work. And what, I'm supposed to just do all this for free? Oh yeah, you shouldn't be paid to debate. You should just debate for free. By the way, everyone who has over 200,000 subscribers gets a $5,000 speaking fee. Everybody, Pajot, everyone charges $5,000 minimum speaking fee. By the way, I didn't even charge that for the debates. I didn't charge that for MDD, and they still paid well, and I still made money from book sales. So I'm sitting here thinking, like, I don't owe all these people content. I don't have to prove anything. I've proved myself in 10 years of debating. I'm not at the stage, I'm going to prove myself. I'm going to prove I'm not scared. I'm going to prove I'm not scared. Basil, $25. Charging for debates is actually a minimum. They should also have a BIPOC tax fee on top. I'm going to start asking for the BIPOC tax. Better yet, the challenger should not get to argue at all because he's speaking to a black woman. He should actually sit in silence and listen. Exactly. Now you're speaking my language. You're speaking my language. Blood Wrath, $5. To be honest, the debate terms that you are now setting are actually totally fair. These were actually the settings that I thought you were including when you said no more debates. It certainly acts as a goober filter. I did have that idea. And then what happened was, once I said I was going to retire, then everybody wanted to debate. So I got a million debate offers. I'm trying to juggle all that. But if I'm going to be debating Dinesh D'Souza, I mean, they paid, significant money for him to debate Andrew. I'm not at the level of I don't have to prove anything to debate retards, and I don't have to debate people for free because I have to travel to do it. I have to plan for days, read books that I don't want to read. I have to deal with idiot arguments. I have to risk potential confrontation debating Muslims, which Jesus and whatnot won't do. He says, I'm not leaving my house because I won't debate Muslims. Well, I leave my house to debate Muslims. So, like, what are you scared of? Oh, well, they might kill anybody. Are you not a Templar warrior? Aiden Martin, $3. Jay, I'm currently trying to convert to Orthodoxy. I was Protestant. I'm in the Nashville area. What do you recommend? I mean, it really depends on your location. I mean, I think the Rocor Parish is probably the best. It's St. Peter's in Lebanon, but it might be a little bit of a drive. But if you're in South Nashville, then St. Ignatius would be your best bet. There's also St. Peck as the Serbian church. This is Josh, $5. Bad debates with internet experts are actually going to get very popular. We're like literally using our water to supply to AI or whatever. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why from now on, the key to debates is in person, no laptops except for opening statement, and that's it. That way, no cheating. That's the equalizer. Alex Orthodoxy, $10. Jay, you and Tim Gordon are correct. Circumstantial evidence and hearsay can actually be admissible at trial. The federal rules of evidence contain 30 exceptions to the rule against hearsay. Oh, good. There we go. Nudies Volt, $33. Jay, you buzzed that Alp because me and the other bees are going to eat some beef jerky and dream, sleep, and travel to Charlie Kirk with Mormon Space Files. Oh, I forgot to play the Charlie Kirk time travel clip. That was like the best one. So I was playing all these Candace clips and I forgot like the main one. Shoot. Well, now it's all out of place, out of order. But you guys remember that we did like 3 streams on the Charlie Kirk Aztec technology. What was it? Mayan? Sumerian time travel technology that the CIA had, and it quit working. And so they were worried about Charlie Kirk. I can't believe anybody listens to her. In fact, we need to play that because that was such a good, that was the craziest of all of them. Let me see if I can find that clip. It was Sumerian now, I'm pretty sure, right? Because she was playing a clip. She played a whole episode, or in one whole episode, she promoted the Project Camelot lunatic guy claiming that the CIA has Sumerian time travel technology. And her lunatic cult, they will defend this. They will like, yeah, so what? Where, okay. And where's the crazy part? Let's see if this is it. Let's see if she mentions the Sumerian time travel technology.
Messages that he was a time traveler and he had to find me. Is that just something? Why did Charlie think he was a time traveler? He said, as I showed you in earlier messages, that he was a time traveler and he had to find me. Is that just something people are saying to their homies in text messages? And again, not anything that I would have placed so much emphasis on back when he was saying it, but it came to fruition. The other parts, he did die young. Why did he think that him dying young was necessary in order to change things? He did die young. It is related to Turning Point USA. In some way or another, at the very least, we can all agree it's related to him speaking at a campus event for Turning Point USA. I'm totally occupied by this. I tell you, I read these messages and I'm going, what is this? What is reality, actually? And Charlie died. Yes, like I said, it was related to this organization. And I think we would all agree that his death and the manner that they did it changed the world in ways that I don't think we can fully realize, or certainly not in a way that I can articulate. You just cannot.
Now remember, we covered this. Here's a clip. I found the clip of me covering this. This is from Project Camelot. Carrie Cassidy, Project Camel Toe, Carrie Camel Toe, and her boomer nonsense retard conspiracy channel, which is literally the craziest boomer shit you've ever seen. And we've covered this. I don't know how many times. I don't want to repeat all this. But hey, here, listen to what I covered to refresh yourself. I'm going to go TT because I got to go to the little girl's room, go TT. I'm going to go sit down on the toilet because I got to sit down to go TT. I'm going to enlighten my kundalinis. And y'all just refresh yourself from Carrie Cassidy and Project Camelot, because this is very important. This was Candace's source. I'm not joking either, in the episode, because Candace did a whole episode on the Sumerian time travel technology. This is what she's arguing from right here. This is Candace's source on her new episode. She's gone full Project Camel Toe here with Carrie Cassidy. And let's take a look at Carrie Cassidy. Is she a viable, vetted source here? Okay, so she works with her husband, Bill, who founded Project Camel Toe Lot. And she's an investigative documentary filmmaker exposing aliens. And what's her handle? Camelot Q Carrie. Q supporter. Q-tard crap. And I've seen Project Camel Toe videos for the last, I don't know, 20 years of conspiracy nonsense. If you were to scroll through this, you would find just the most absolute batshit insane stuff ever. I mean, it is like the ultimate boomer conspiracy, just nonsense, right? But if you really want to see the secrets, let me play you Carrie Cassidy's theme song, because she's a jaguar. Yes, you heard me right. She's a jag. She's a jag. She's a jaguar. This is the source. This is Candace's source. Okay. This is what you guys are tripling down on, you idiots. You idiots cussing me out today. Calling me every name in the book. This is what you're siding with, you fucking retards.
Okay. So do you read Sanskrit or pre-Sanskrit? Because I understand you're also studying tablets that that were found in the United States. Isn't that true?
Oh yeah, I feel those vibes. It's about to get sexy and mystical up in here. Y'all ready to get sexy and mystical? Get that box wine out, baby. Pull out some of that burgundy or some of that strawberry Franzia. You know what I'm saying? You want some of that burgundy, baby? Let's have a little sip. Just pull that little plug out and suck. Get a little suck off of that nipple of that box, because it's about to get sexy. jaguar outside my door. He's so much scratching that I'm scratching for more.
He's come here so often, just when I'm alone. I can't help the longing, I'll do when he moans.
The jaguar is scratching and she's moaning? This is getting kind of weird. What the heck is she talking about? There is a jaguar outside my door. He's scratching and crying for more. I am moaning as I suck on the burgundy box wine. There's the link, dog. Let's listen to this music.
He's a jag, he's a jag, he's a jaguar. He's a jag, he's a jag, he's a jaguar. He's a jag, he's a jag, he's a jaguar. He's a jag, he's a jag, he's a jaguar.
These boomers are on point, dude. Exposing the deep state.
Outside my door, stretched out and purring, waiting for more. String sheet of stone, deep cat eye green. No way to escape, no one hears my scream.
No one hears the scream. The jaguar.
He's a jag, he's a jag, he's a jaguar. He's a jag, he's a jag, he's a jaguar. He's a jag, he's a jag, he's a jaguar. He's a
Is that enough or y'all want more? Do y'all want the whole musical ensemble? Y'all had enough? So this is Candace's source, Project Camelot. You heard me right. For Project Looking Glass. A 2012 interview with Carrie Cassidy and some goobertard talking about how the Sumerian time portal technology stopped working in 2012. Now, all of you idiot Candace followers and cult members cussed me out and called me names, hundreds of them in the last several weeks, hundreds, maybe thousands. Okay. So you wonder why I keep replying on this is because this idiot cult literally thinks that they have solved the mysteries of the universe together with Candace and Tom DeShlong, and all of these idiot boomer disinfo people that you buy into. This is how dumb you people are. And I'm calling you dumb and calling you names because you keep tripling down and you keep calling me out and saying shit about me. Oh, you just do what Alex tells you. I disagree with Alex Jones on multiple things, as I already said. And Alex never has told me to not talk about criticizing classical liberalism. He's never told me to not criticize evangelical whatever. So, and what does Alex Jones have to do with whether or not Alex is telling the truth or not? Literally nothing. It's nothing whatsoever. Alex has never told me, I don't want you to talk about that on the podcast. I've always been able to talk about on the fourth hour whatever I want to talk about, and pretty much have any guest I want on. So, and none of that has anything to do with whether Miss Snow was reliable or whether the Foreign Legion was coming to kill her or whether. I mean, this episode is even crazier than I even could have imagined. So I'm actually glad that the Candace cult people were saying, oh, you need to go watch this because you didn't actually watch it. Because she was just speaking rhetorically. No, she's not. It's even worse than what you said, you idiot liars. It's 10 times worse than that. So this is where you guys are at. You guys are at defending full-on Mandela effect gibberish nonsense. I'm going to skip ahead to where she's playing Project Camel Toe, Carrie Cassidy's nonsense.
View potential future timelines. The project was shut down because there was a problem when we approached 2012. The timelines converge on that point in time.
The technology of peering into the future, the CIA stolen Sumerian technology, quit working in 2012. And she's getting this from Disinfo Project Camelot. And you guys told me that I needed to watch the full show because it actually makes sense. No, you're idiots. You're dumb.
The project was shut down because there was a problem when we approached 2012. The timelines converge on that point in time. When
Does she really believe this? I mean, I just can't figure out, does she actually believe this, or is this just, I mean, it's so bizarre, dude.
Knowing how string theory works and how the possibility of possibilities works and how...
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, we all know that, yeah, with string theory, I mean, clearly this is how it all goes down. I mean, it's self-evident with string theory.
Making one choice over here doesn't necessarily mean that the other choice couldn't exist at the same time. But once you get your brain wrapped around this subject, you find out that at the end of 2012, in an easy way to put it, the choices that we make become less and less consequential to the future.
Why? Why? What is this total nonsense? Why 2012? The Mayan calendar? I mean, dude, this is so dumb.
And eventually we're pushed into this bottleneck of time, no matter which choice we make.
Okay, so is that certainly 2012 in your understanding?
It's well coincides with December 21st, 2012.
So at that point, all possibilities lead to the same
timelines. All possible timelines lead to the same basic set of history in the future.
And after that, they shut it all down. Now ask yourself, why would a system like that be buried, and what exactly did they see? Because this is...
Okay, this is supposed to be some of these documents, which I've not been able to find. So let's see if we can see what they are.
And after that, they shut...
Okay, this is supposed to be the Washington Post. Oh, this is interesting because this article has nothing to do with what she's talking about, right? So she's playing this guy's video, Be Inspired, and it's an article from the Washington Post in 1981, which has nothing to do with a program about technology seeing into the future. It's about the Cold War, and it's using the phrase looking glass. It has nothing to do with the nonsense that she's spouting. But she knows that this audience of drunk wine moms and soccer moms is not actually going to go find the Washington Post article. But we will, and we will see. Is there actually anything in this article, anything close to what she's talking about? Okay, here it is. And let's make this full screen. David Wise, and this is, I guess, a book. It's a book review from the KGB, The Eyes of Russia by Harry Rositsky. The clandestine mentality, former CIA chief Harry Rositsky notes, is rooted in a conspiratorial worldview that someone out there is plotting against me. Since the world is a threatening place, only secret counteraction can guarantee survival. So this is 1981 in the Cold War, writing about the KGB, talking about CIA covert operations, Reagan's plans, the CIA, heart of Russia, blah, 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 executive actions. KGB moved its headquarters of the First Directorate to the Moscow Beltway. This is detailed in John Barron's book, The KGB, 1974. There's differences with the KGB and its totalitarianism. Okay, so this is just critiquing KGB operations in their Soviet Union. Talking about operations in India, New Delhi. Rositsky's background in it. The Penkovsky papers published by Doubleday. So this is like defector information. Okay, so notice absolutely nothing in this title of an article that has nothing to do with technology. It's only about the Cold War and a book written about the Cold War. But it happens to have the title Looking Glass Spies. Nothing to do with Project Looking Glass, which is not a project about future peering technology. So not only did she not vet this stupid video she's playing, they didn't even bother to look up, neither her nor the original video, what the actual article is about.
Still down. Now ask yourself, why would a system like that be...
Okay, now this is the next one, which this looks like the Gateway Project. Yep. So this is the Gateway process image here, which we did a whole podcast on, which is a real project. But there's nothing that signifies or proves time travel or seeing the future in a paper, in a process paper about these different techniques. It's a study of these techniques it does not prove or show or demonstrate that you can see in the future. It's a study of biofeedback. It's a study of transcendental meditation, remote viewing, all these different things. There's nothing in this about Project Looking Glass and Sumerian technology. That's pure bullcrap.
Buried, and what exactly did they see? Because this isn't just about false memories or tech. It might explain why everything since 1999 feels frozen and artificial, like we're on rails in a version of...
So notice that everything since the 90s feels frozen. It feels artificial. Well, that's because we're spending all of our time and our days on the internet. Okay, there was no metaphysical change in reality because of Y2K. And I mean, again, people deserve to be rebuked and castigated for cussing me out for not believing this absolute bullshit. You're just stupid. I'm sorry that you're dumb. It's not my fault. I'm sorry.
reality that wasn't meant to last this long. And if you think that's wild, wait until you hear what else Looking Glass may have revealed. So what exactly did they see with Looking Glass? According to multiple whistleblowers, a single fixed point. That point, somewhere between 2012 and 2016.
She believes this. She believes a Project Camelot. Okay, let's show you some more interviews from Project Camelot so that you understand what I'm talking about here. All right, so you guys get the idea. I was also replying to Jesus and whatnot because he says, oh, you're scared. You're scared to debate. You're scared to debate. Why would I'm the one that leaves the house to debate Muslims. You literally will not leave your house to do anything. Modern day debate offers armed, multiple security on site, and you're still too pussy to do a debate. So no, you're the actual giant vagina. Because in the age of AI, that's the only way to ensure that people aren't cheating. He claims he will not debate for money. Oh, wow. That's really pious of you. Well, I don't do my work for free. So you can do work for free. By the way, are his reels monetized? Is his channel monetized? He had no problem taking my super chats. Right? Because I went on his stream. Right? But now he's acting like he's too pious. Oh, I would never debate for money. This is what he's saying right now. And he says, well, I'll just put the camera to where you can see the setup. You can still cheat. So I'm a coward because I'll go and debate any of these people in person, which is the only way to ensure that you're not cheating. He refuses to do that because he says he will not leave his house. This is a person who literally says he won't leave his house because supposedly Middle Eastern terror groups are going to take him out for his reels, for his Instagram reels. Okay, maybe that's true, but I mean, if modern day debate has on-site armed security, why is that not good enough? Okay, but you guys are saying, well, he's only 19. He can be scared. Well, then he shouldn't be talking mad shit, dude. That's the thing. It's like people think, oh, well, he's just 19. Okay, but like, then why is he talking mad shit? How come Trent Horn can go? Sam Shamoon can do debates in person. Sam Shamoon has had the FBI visit. According to Sam Shamoon. Is Sam Shamoon hiding in his apartment? I mean, this guy's not even worth interacting with, honestly. It's like the whole thing is retarded. I mean, and now he's piety signaling that he's too good to debate for money. He doesn't do things for money. Give me a break, dude. He had no problem taking my super chats when I sent him $150 in super chats. So it's just standard Roman Catholic bullshit. This is what you give these. This is why these people are so annoying to deal with, man. They're such effeminate, just whiny women, dude. Man up and do the debate, dude, in person. And why should I just accept his, dude, trust me, bro. By the way, 19 is an adult. He's like, just trust me, bro. I won't cheat. I promise. I know I cheated in the past, but bro, trust me this time. I don't trust you. No. Why would I trust you? Do you think I'm a stupid person? I'm not going to debate a dude who's a proxy for another dude. It's retarded and gay anyway. And like Plato said, you shouldn't even be debating under 30. Like it's not a good idea. He literally came to the Filioque 6 months ago. And what he said last night to me was literally, he told me, he's like, I get my stuff from Wagner. I'm not debating Wagner via proxy. This is so dumb. And yeah, if he's man enough to go to war, he's 19, he can enlist in the army. He can go to war. But he can't go out of his house. Literally. He says, I've not left my house since the FBI said that the Muslims in the Middle East want to take me out. Are you going to live in your mom's basement forever? I mean, what, are you never going to come out of the house? This is so insane. How am I a coward? You won't come out of your house. This is insane. Yeah. Has he done more damage than David Wood or Sam Shamoon? David Wood and Sam Shamoon debate people in person. They're trying to set up a Sam Shamoon debate in Nashville in person. Not with me, with somebody else. And Sam Shamoon has been visited by the FBI. By the way, I offered to pay for his stuff too. Like, I was like, your flight and you get paid to debate. Oh, I don't do this for money. Okay. The rules are so mean. And by the way, why are you not a base crusader? Do you not believe your religion enough to die for it? And so, why is he leaking the text? Which is another violation of trust, too. So, no, I'm moving on from that, dude. I mean, all of this is being organized and discussed in DMs, and then today he posts all the DMs, which is just retarded and gay, which, I mean, I expect him to do that, but my point is, you want me to trust you that you're not going to cheat? Just trust me, bro. But by the way, I'm leaking all the DMs, but just trust me, bro. So, no, that guy's not trustworthy at all. In fact, I don't think I'll ever interact with that guy because, like, I have certain toleration limits, and the guy came on the channel under false pretenses anyway. It was a false pretense to create a sock account to come on here. Why'd you just come on as your name? And he has all these excuses. Well, you wouldn't let me on. I've been asking you in DM. He admitted when I called into his stream, he admitted that for months I've been asking him to have a polite conversation. So that's not true that you wouldn't let me on. I've been asking him to come on and we don't have to have it. I told him like 10 times, dude, we don't have to have a debate. You can just come on and we can chat about whatever. It's fine. But I mean, the other thing that's crazy about the Gen Z apologetic sphere is how slimy they are. Like they don't have any compunction. Like they're super sensitive about a joke, but they have no qualms about leaking all the DMs, playing these slimy games. And like, if you want to debate anybody who's a high tier debater, I don't care whether you like them or not, you're going to have to meet certain criteria. You're going to need to debate in person. You're going to need to be, I mean, how are you going to do formal debates if you never do them in person? You can't do everything online, especially as we enter the era where it's very easy to cheat. So basically, like, I'm not supposed to have the criteria that ensure that people can't cheat. Because tell me what the other way is. He says right here, Jay is running from me because I won't fly to do it in person. By the way, remember, Muslims want to kill me. Sam Shamoon has been visited by the FBI. The Muslims have said countless times they want to kill Sam Shamoon. Sam Shamoon still debates in person. David Wood still debates in person. I mean, you stepped into the sphere of wanting to debate. You have been caught and admitted that you cheated and used AI and lied about it, which is good. That's honorable that you admitted that. But the problem is that you can't then expect people to just take your word for it. Trust me, bro. No, even though I get my answers from Wagner, just trust me, I won't talk to Wagner during the debate to get answers. There's a million different ways to cheat. You can have an earpiece. You can set the camera to where people can't see your earpiece. You can have a cell phone placed over there and mute it during the rebuttals to get your buddy to tell you what the answers are. There's a million different ways to cheat. You can have a screen over here where it shows, right? Separate from the screen that's visible. You can have meta glasses like Cholo Cheater has, right? There's many, many ways to cheat. For example, when I debated the Lutheran guy, remember when the Lutheran guy had freaking Mahler in the other room. You think he wasn't talking to that dude? Mahler tried to come and debate in his place. So do you see what I'm saying? Like all of these online debates, look at all the fraud in the last several online debates. When I debated, even in person, when I debated Waleed, he read his opening statement from ChatGPT. I could see it. And then when I was supposed to debate Junior says, haha, I'm not going to debate you. You have to debate Libiano. I'm not doing that. You can't do a bait and switch in the middle of the debate, at the beginning of the debate. And then I debate the Lutheran dude and they try a bait and switch with Mahler. It's all a bunch of gay tricks, dude. It's so lame. I'm going to debate Trent Horn twice. I'm going to debate David Wood in person twice. I'm going to debate Dinesh D'Souza. I debate real people in person to ensure there's no cheating, you retards. Now, with all of this cheating and with you admitting that you cheated in your video, apologizing for it, why would anybody take your word for it? I promise I'm not going to cheat. I promise I won't ask Wagner during the debate for answers. I don't trust you, dude. And by the way, you just leaked all the text messages, which is a violation of trust. So you can do that. I've posted text messages before, but when you do that, you violate people's trust. So what now? I'm supposed to just be an even stupider dupe and accept, oh, just trust me, bro. I won't use AI in the debate. I don't trust you. And by the way, you've even made it worse now with leaking all the DMs, which is gay. I said an in-person paid debate is not me running. It's what I and the audience deserve. Muslims threaten us and still do debates. Sam Shamoon has been threatened and gets FBI visits, still publicly debates. There's no reason that you can't do an in-person debate if I can. What happened to Bayes Catholic Crusaders who stood up to Islam? In person is the only means of ensuring that you don't AI cheat or get help from your buddies via text or calls, since you have an admitted history of AI cheating. There's no reason I should just accept your trust me, bro. Modern Day Debate offers multiple armed security guards at their live events. There's no reason why that wouldn't be sufficient unless you really are a coward. I've debated publicly for over a decade, the top Muslims, atheists, and Catholics, and we all debate at paid events. If you don't want to be an actual formal debater in the AI cheating age, then you're going to have to eventually leave the house. I should have said, if you want to be an actual formal debater in the AI cheating age, you will have to eventually leave your house. So, I mean, I don't know why that's not rational, why that's not reasonable. Because I already know, because in the DMs, when I was asking about his invisible church, he said yesterday, by the way, that the Catholic Church teaches the invisible church. Let's look at that, because that was all yesterday. I'm like, you don't know that's a Reformation teaching? The Catholic Church does not teach the Reformation doctrine of sola fide. So he tells Cholo Cheater that Cholo Cheater did good in our debate, which he did terrible. And I said, so you think there's an invisible church? That's Protestantism 101. He responds by saying, you should read the Salamander Fathers. This is a bunch of like Spanish theologians that this shit's not even translated largely in English. And he's like, they talk about this pretty clearly. Excuse me, the invisible church doctrine is a Reformation doctrine. That's what I was calling out in Cholo Cheater. And I'm like, which is not the case, but even if it was the case, it's not the Reformation doctrine of invisible church. In fact, Mystici Corporis of Pius XII is an entire encyclical rejecting the invisible church doctrine. It's very famous. He doesn't even know what this is. Furthermore, Satis Cognitum of Leo XIII rejects the invisible church teaching as a heresy of the Reformation. In fact, I even show you in the Neuner and Depew updated Denzinger, the Roman See condemns the invisible church doctrine when it condemned John Wycliffe's version of it. Here's John Wycliffe's teaching right here. Condemned proposition. The Holy Universal Church is actually the aggregate of the predestined. That is the invisible church doctrine of John Calvin. It is the number of the predestined that is condemned. Wycliffe's error. So he doesn't even know that the Roman Catholic Church rejects the Reformation teaching of invisible church. He doesn't know any of this stuff. Now he says, oh, the Salamander Fathers of the Spanish, of these Spanish writers of collecting together scholasticism, they teach the invisible church. So let's go to your AI that you trust in, and let's see if the Salamander Fathers actually teach what you're saying. Now, notice he never gave a citation. He just says they teach this. In the DMs, I asked him, where do they teach this? He says, oh, it comes from Wagner's Discord. I'm like, Wagner's Discord? He said, yeah, they're using AI to translate. I'm like, I'm not going to trust Wagner's AI translations of this shit. And by the way, they're not teaching the Reformation doctrine anyway. No, the Discalced Carmelite theologians of the College of St. Elias in Salamanca that wrote the Cursus Theologicus, a 17th century text, do not affirm the Reformation doctrine of the invisible church. Now, that's what I was critiquing in Cholo Cheater. So why is he lying and acting like, well, they teach a type of it? No, they don't. There is no Reformation doctrine. And he even admitted that he doesn't disagree with what Grok's saying. Well, then you're not arguing against what I argued. You're making up some other position. The Reformation view is that the church is primarily invisible. Exactly. As John Calvin's view and John Wycliffe's view that the church is truly speaking the elect. It's the invisible church. It's the true believers known only to God that exists across all confessions of faith, even outside the formal church structure. The visible institutional church is secondary. It is mixed with hypocrites and phonies. This is the teaching of Luther, Zwingli, Calvin, and the confessions of the Reformation, like the Westminster Confession in chapter 25. By the way, I sent him all of these texts. Westminster Confession, chapter 25. Do we need to see that? Let me show you. By the way, this also is what Cholo Cheater got wrong in the debate. See this here? Westminster Confession, chapter 25. The Catholic Universal Church, which is invisible, consists of the number of the elect that have been or are shall be gathered into the church, into Christ, the head thereof. That's the invisible church doctrine. I went to Calvinist seminary. I've read the entirety of Calvin's 1559 Institutes. I used to go and teach the Westminster Confession and Catechism. I know the Protestant doctrine of the invisible church, you idiots. Do you see that? And what did Wycliffe say? What was the Wycliffe doctrine of the invisible church? Wycliffe, the church is the elect, the predestined, the invisible church. Right there. That's in your Roman Catholic dogmatic sources, you liars. That's the invisible church doctrine. The visible church is secondary, and it's full of hypocrites, and it's schismed and split, and it's amongst 1,000 different sects. The Roman Catholic view, including Thomism, is that Christ founded a visible hierarchical society, a church with a visible membership of baptism, profession of faith, communion, under legitimate pastors, especially in communion with the Roman pontiff. There is an invisible dimension, which is the internal bonds of faith, hope, and love, but this does not constitute a separate primary invisible church. This is the whole point that I was arguing. For the Roman Catholic, the church, the one church, is essentially the visible one. This is actually the position of Robert Bellarmine and the Council of Trent, and later Magisterium, like Mystici Corporis and Satis Cognitum. The Salamantenses fathers reject the Protestant doctrine. They were rigorous Thomists. So they're not teaching the Protestant Reformation invisible church doctrine. So you're all just arguing against nonsense that is irrelevant to my point against Cholo Cheater. Good God, man, this is so stupid. Now let's make it even worse for these people, because this was an amazing admission I found in my new updated Nooner Depew version of Denzinger here, you could say. I just want to throw this in as a neat little addendum, because remember, this whole religion is built on the papacy. And remember that Vatican I, and by the way, this is in the Nooner and Depew book as well. Let me find that. I'll read you what Vatican I says. I'll even show it to you. All right. So we're going to look at Vatican I, and you're going to notice what it says about the papacy. So in the Nooner and Depew Christian Dogmatic, updated Denzinger, it's listed here as number 829. I don't think that is the same numbering as Denzinger. It's on page 318. I'm going to show you what it says. This is Vatican I being cited. By divine right of apostolic primacy, the Roman pontiff is at the head of the whole church. He also teaches and declares, we also teach and declare that he is the supreme judge of the faith. No one could have recourse to his judgment And in all cases pertaining to ecclesiastical jurisdiction, we declare the judgment of the Apostolic See, whose authority is unsurpassed, it is not subject to any review by anyone, nor is anyone allowed to judge this see. Therefore, those who say that it is permitted to appeal to an ecumenical council the decisions of the pontiffs as to an authority superior to the Roman pontiff, they are far from the path of truth. Okay? Now you can read it yourself. So, Vatican I is very clearly teaching right here that the Roman pontiff is superior to any ecumenical council, right? See that right there? Vatican I. And then there's the rest of it up there at the top over here. Can everybody, you can screenshot that and look at it later. Now, let me show you this gem I noticed. As you guys know, there was a Great Western Schism when the papacy was split for many years between three different claimants to the papacy. Great Western Schism, right? But how did they resolve the Great Western Schism? Well, it's called the Council of Constance. And the Council of Constance met to figure out, look, we can't have three dudes claiming to be the Pope. Well, so much for the papacy providing unity and clarity and all this. This is about 40 years, by the way, of this Great Western Schism. So this is what they admit in Neuner and Depew here about hoc sancta, which is the decree of Constance. So notice, this is the Ecumenical Council's decree solving the problem of three popes. Ready? The Council of Constance is of crucial importance to the history of the Church, for it succeeded in bringing to an end the 40-year Western Schism when the allegiance of the Church was divided between two and then later three popes. Three popes. Gregory XII of the Roman obedience resigned spontaneously in 1415. Benedict XIII of the Avignon obedience and John the 23rd of the Pisan obedience were deposed in 1415 and 1417. In their place, Martin V was elected. Besides the condemnation of the errors of Wycliffe and Huss, the Council of Constance is important for ecclesiology because of its famous decree, Hoc Sancta. It was adopted at the 5th session of the council. See that? What are they admitting? They're admitting Hoc Sancta was adopted. Well, if it's going to resolve the problem of the papacy, it has to be in terms of three popes, right? Many historians today would agree that Hoc Sancta has to be counted as a valid decree of an ecumenical council. He's talking about the post-Vatican II revisionist admissions that Rome has done. They now admit, yes, it did admit Hoc Sancta. Hoc Sancta affirms two things. Number one, an ecumenical general council receives its power not from the Pope, but from Christ directly. That's Orthodox. That's conciliar. Number two, every Catholic, including the Pope, owes obedience to the council in matters of faith. For the extinction of the actual heresy and the reformation of the reform of the church in its head and members. Now, these guys are going to do some covering up for it. The wording is ambivalent. No, it's not. It was later interpreted in a conciliarist way, because it is. It's obviously conciliarist, because it just contradicts what I read from Vatican I. Do you guys see that? Do you see this obvious contradiction between Hoc Sancta and Vatican I? Yet, it seems to be in keeping with the traditional heresy clause of the canonists who, in the principle of the immunity of the first see, added the words, unless the Pope is found to deviate from the faith. There you go. But you understand, in Vatican I, that is not possible. The Pope cannot deviate from the faith. So Hoc Sancta is admitted by the Jesuit editors of the updated version of Denzinger, Christian Doctrine by Neuner and Depew, to teach that the ecumenical council is above the Pope? Obviously, because it solved the problem of 3 rival popes. Duh. If it's not solving the problem, then, excuse me, if it's solving the problem, then it has to be the final word on the matter. And that's directly contradictory to what I just read from Vatican I, that no council is ever above the Pope. That is a kill shot. All right, let's get back to the super chats. Orthophrenesis, queen quandalization. By the way, I want to be clear, I'm not running from the debate. I'm offering updated rational standards for debating me that make perfect sense in the age of AI. Can you honestly tell me in the age of AI that that's not, and people cheating in debates now all the time, that that's not a reasonable standard to expect that a serious, intense filioque debate, that it not be in person? And if I'm going to go back and review all of my Cappadocian texts, review the Thomist texts, I'm supposed to just do all that for free? Well, no, I don't do that for free. You can work for free, but I don't work for free. And by the way, all you do is rely on AI anyway, and people in other discords to do your work for you. Well, I don't respect that. So no, the debate is still there. It's just, you got to meet my standards, and you don't have a track record of debating. In fact, everybody thinks you lost in your debate to Redeem Zoomer. I think you even admit you lost. You lost to Redeem Zoomer and you think you're ready to come debate me? Dude, get out of here, man. Grow up a little bit. I said I get anywhere from 2,000 to 6,000 for a debate. Because guess what? Everybody with 200,000 or above asks for $5,000 for live events. I don't care whether you like that or not. I mean, so what, I'm supposed to not do what everybody else does that gets paid in this? I am offering to debate Noah. He just needs to do it in person so we know he doesn't cheat. There's no reason why that's an if I cheated in debates and he was asking me to do it in person, every one of you Roman Catholics, you know it, you stupid hypocrites, would be demanding the exact same thing. Just reverse it. If I cheated in the past and I admitted that I cheated using AI, and Noah said, you need to do it in person, that's a fair expectation. And you get paid, by the way. Noah's going to get paid to do it. You know, every one of you lying Roman Catholics will be like, that's a fair request. You cheated. You are a cheater. You're a known cheater. Do you harp about him being a known cheater when I've never cheated in debate? No. Because you guys are lying hypocrites. You guys are like the Muslims. You know, you guys literally cheat in the debates like the Muslims. The Muslims cheat in the debates. We've caught them. And you guys admit that you cheated in debates. You don't have the moral authority here, you retards. You're acting like you have moral authority. You have no moral authority. You already are admitted cheaters, you liars. There's no reason why, if Sam Shamoon and me and David Wood, who've had 10 times more of effect against Muslims, can go debate Muslims in person, that he can't. So no, I'm not even going to interact with that guy until, by the way, he violated a breach of trust by leaking all the DMs. That's just super gay, dude. And by the way, do you actually want to be involved in debates? I mean, how's it going to look if you're just leaking everybody's DMs? Like, is that a good look for you if you want to be an apologist? So you admit that you lie in debates and cheat with AI. You won't do any debates in person. You leak the DMs. Like, it's not a good look for you, dude. I'm already debating Trent Horn in person. I'm already debating your top dude twice in one day. This is not a good look for you. You think that your church teaches the invisible church, and your source wasn't even a source. You just gave me a school of theology. That's not a source. Where is the source where they teach the Reformation doctrine of invisible church? And by the way, why didn't you just say, oh, you know what, I got that wrong? Actually, you're correct about that. You're doing the same thing that Jake is calling out Libiano for. And by the way, Sam Shamoon said, what are you doing? You're not ready for this debate. You're not in any position to be debating the Filioque. You just learned about it 6 months ago. Even Sam Shamoon said, this guy is not ready for this. I'll show you what Sam said. Now, you can like Sam Shamoon or disagree with Sam Shamoon. It doesn't matter. But the point that Sam is making, I think, is a valid point. People who've been debating for decades are telling this kid, this is not the right way, dude. This young kid thinks he's informed enough to debate the Filioque. He's going to get schooled. He needs to stay in his own lane for now. Even Sam says, I'm not ready to debate Filioque. I want to stay in my own lane until I learn it. So even Sam Shamoon has the humility here to say, I'm not ready for this debate. But this kid who just learned about this the Filioque 6 months ago, he's only been a Catholic a year. He didn't even know his church doesn't teach Reformation theology and invisible church, dude. You guys got to grow up, man. It's just, this is silly. And it's just a waste of time anyway. Dealing with these people is a waste of time. Now, explain to me how this makes Roman Catholicism still work. How does the Council of Constance explicitly saying in its decree the council's above the Pope mesh with Vatican I saying council's not above the Pope? All right, let's read the super chats. Orthophoresis, $5. Queen Candace is all across the nation, every organization. Quantalization. Panonsky, $6. Do you mean Nick Cage's Wicker Man? The bees, not the bees? Yes, the bee's knees. Perpetual Concepts, $10. The bee that ultimately begat the honey. Il Duce, $5. Did you hear that Kavinsky passed? Did you like his music? Yeah, I like some of that. Chetnik, $20. Rabbi Shmuley grew the alchemical homunculus. The bees will then own Quandus. Yes, he's going to use the alchemical, Kabbalistic, mystical bees. Truth Revolt, $5. We can assume that the military is running operations at Disneyland with the amount of people that wear Disney shirts. Hide you kids. Tango, $5. Everybody at a metal concert's a Fed because everybody wears black. Yeah, that's a great analogy, right? Like everybody at metal concerts is wearing black, so I guess they're all part of the federal FBI operations. Nosen, $20. First, you saw Crowder and Gerald 8 months ago, and I've been watching. I saw you on there. I've been watching you since. I now go to an Orthodox church. Thank you, Jay. Will you talk to Crowder about Orthodoxy? I mean, that's up to Crowder. I'll talk to whoever about it. Chatnik, $5. To be fair, Tyler Robinson's lawyer is court appointed, so you can't trust them. Well, I mean, if that's the case, in the sense of like, I saw the Candace crowd was like, oh, it's all fake anyway. Everything they're presenting from that is, well, if everything is faked and altered, and then you can't really trust any of this. So what's the point of even arguing it if it's all fake and staged? Angelus Draven, $5. Adam Levine took Charlie Kirk because he had moves like Jagger. Tim, $20. No ask here. I'm just supporting you. I'm a garden variety tard. I'm trying to claw my way out of life of sin and self-indulgence. Well, we all are, dude. You're with everybody else. Deedle Dumpling, $20. A semi-non sequitur boomer friend once told me that he was surfing Rincon, which is Ventura, Santa Barbara County line. He saw a guy doing LSD and tripping hardcore Lotus style on his surfboard. He wave clipped him and nearly drowned. That's crazy. Stevie, $5. Will you debate Agan? He just debated Dave Erhan. And when Agan called in, he just flipped out and screamed and didn't know what in hypostatized meant. So go find the clip. Joseph, $10. What's up? Jonathan, $5. Jay, I want to say thank you for showing me truth. My catechism classes start soon. That's great. Cameron, thank you for that super chat. Nudies, $10. Speaking of Gundalini and shoving things in your butt, what are you more likely, Yes King or Dreamy Bull fan? I don't know what that means. Look at modern memes and audio. Okay. Cameron, thank you. To thee we sing $10. I saw your old videos on the Menestius channel. One of them was called Jay and Roosh. Yeah, that was a good chat. I think it was one of your best talks. It's a shame that it only has 100 views. Well, the old one got like 60,000 back when Roosh had a channel, because we did that interview. It was right before Roosh became Orthodox, or right when he was looking into Orthodoxy. And it got like 60, 70,000 views. And I don't know if Roosh lost his channel or took it down, but it should be mandatory viewing. Yeah, you guys can find it. Menestius is great because he does these, like, he digs up old stuff, right? He digs up old stuff. I mean, he digs up stuff I don't even remember doing. Like, he dug up this old Warski Lauren Southern interview. This was like 2017, 18. I didn't even remember that. He dug up this with Roosh.
So Jay, let's get to the meat of it. In your model of the world, and from all of your research and thinking and studying on the matter, who is really in charge? Who is really running the entire...
So again, I am not running from the debate. I am asking him to do the debate in person. By the way, look, how about this? If he's staying at home, because let's grant him the benefit of the doubt that he's staying at home because the FBI advised him to wait a few months before talking about Islam. Okay, well then simply do the debate down the road when you are able to do it in person. There's no reason why people can't do in-person debates even down the road. Just do it. Okay, do it in 6 months. Do it in 8 months. Do it in a year. Why does it matter? Why it doesn't have to be right now? It can be 6 months. How is that an unreasonable expectation? Literally everyone else in the debate sphere can go and do it in person, because that's how we make a living doing it, in part. Duh. And you want me to just debate you for free and I don't get anything out of it. I'm just supposed to do all this work and rehearse all my old Cappadocian notes and Thomas notes and go do all this work. By the way, I already gave him sources. I already gave him things to look at. I already helped him out with what the position is, which I didn't have to do that. But be sure and follow Menestius. He's got a great archive, old school interviews here. He's only got about 4,000, so help him get his subscriber channel numbers up. He's pulling out old stuff. I don't even remember this old Vinny Eastwood interview. Look how disgusting I look here 10 years ago. This is like 2015, dude. Me and Vinny Eastwood. Welcome to the Vinny Eastwood show. I'm a narcissist. I'm a diagnosed psychopath. It's like Hillary Clinton. I mean, she's obviously a psychopath. I didn't even have my library set up in that old ratty ass farmhouse I was staying in. I was renting a rat ass farmhouse, dude. And I didn't even have the books up yet in that back room. Look at that. That was my old long hair. Vanny Acewad. He dug up an old Syrian girl interview. And by the way, he found that old Jim Goat, or part of a Jim Goat interview. This was a Syrian girl on Warski. Long time ago. Look at this. By the way, oh, you don't talk about Israel. I was talking about Israel before all of y'all were, you retards. We talk about the Oded Yunan plan right here, you dummies, you phonies, you liars. Talking about Greater Israel Project before you even knew about it, you retard. You don't talk about it. I talked about it before you did. You were still pooping your diapers. And I was talking about the Oded Yanon plan with frickin' Syrian girl.
Then all of these jihadis are
And
yeah.
anyway, he reposted the old Matt Slick debate. He found this Burmese interview from 2 or 3 years ago. Anyway, so I don't even know where he finds these things. He found this old
You're wrong. I wouldn't.
He put this old thing up, me debating sticks on abortion.
As they can and cannot have concept because people are dumb. The problem is.
By the way, I did the boomer Hulk Hogan style thing as a joke. But yeah, man, that's old school Warski stuff right there, dude. That's the beginning of blood sports. Noose Nexus, $10. Is the movie you were going to play in still in production with the French guy? No, Yvonne lost the funding for it, and now he wants to do a short film. So he's got a separate character of a short film he wants to put me in. Orthodox Pilgrim, $10. My hippie guru never told me that the third eye is actually my butt eye, my brown eye. I walk funny now for many days after I met him for sessions. Well, I'm not going to break it to him. Thomas of Utah, $5. Is there a way to know with certainty position in a way that's sinful to question and challenge? I'm arguing with a Roman Catholic. Is there a way to know with certainty a position in a way that it's sinful to question? I'm not sure I understand that question. I don't know. I wouldn't think so. Volpes, $5. Don't judge me. I always had a thing for the Jefferson Airplane singer. Jefferson Airplane singer. Is that, don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? I don't really think any of those hippie chicks were that hot, dude. They were usually not hot. Not Jefferson Starship. I always get those mixed up. I don't remember what this chick looks like. Oh. Her? Ugh. You like them homely, I guess. Is that her? Grace Slick, is that her? I mean, she's okay. She's kind of cute when she's young, I guess. She's kind of mid there. She looks all right there. Is that who you're talking about? I mean, she's cuter, I guess, around that age, maybe. She's not bad. Is that the right? Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Am I getting my boomer songs right? I don't really listen to boomer tunes. Anyway. You know, a lot of the 60s, I mean, I guess the prettiest of those would be Sharon Tate, right? Wouldn't she be the prettiest of the, because she's not exactly a hippie, but she was in those circles. I think she's probably the prettiest of the counterculture hippie adjacent women. Who's prettier than Sharon Tate? Rachel Wilson, $10. You should absolutely charge a fee. For example, Candace is going to get $300,000 right away. You should be able to name a price. Seriously, if you draw a crowd, you have credentials, then you should get what you're worth. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of why this is a job, right? I mean, nobody else in any other domain works for free. Oh, but I'm actually more pious because I do things for free. Again, Jesus and whatnot had no problem taking my $150 of super chats I sent him as an act of goodwill, by the way. Oh, but he's too pious to work to get paid for a debate. Sure. Aquanote, $5. Jay, pull Dr. Evil and say you demand $1 million. Some ortho guy. Keep up your good work, Jay. Glory to Exanthium. Thank you. I caught him at $3. I got drunk one time. It had the Modelo effect. That's what we're talking about, right? Yes. And $20. I love your patience. Just don't cheat. You will get caught if you do. Yeah, well, ultimately that stuff comes back around, right? Again, I mean, you guys, you understand that he's already admitted that he cheated in debates in the past, right? Yeah, but he can be forgiven. I'm not questioning whether he can be forgiven. I'm not charging because Candace got $300,000. I was already charging for live events, you idiot. I got money for live events 10 years ago. I didn't just start charging for live events, but I'm saying if I'm going to do work for a debate, there's no reason why it shouldn't be in person and Jesus and Whatnot gets paid. You understand? We would both get paid, you retard. No, you're supposed to do everything for free. You're supposed to. Do you work for free? Do you go to the crab shack and make crab patties for free? For Squidward? Do you go to Starbucks and do the barista work for free? Oh, I'm pious. I go and do my barista work. I work for 8 hours at Starbucks every day and I do it for free. Just to tell everybody how pious I am. Sensational, $5. You should call God logic fraud logic. I'm tired of these Christians. They preach false gospel. Orthodox is the only true church. Fraud logic fallacy. Agreed. By the way, I put up, or shout out to Nevsky, the clipper, because he put up a great compilation of God logic critiques that we did. And what do we call it? Pentapostolic succession. So the whole thing is collected here under God Logic's Churchless Apologetics. Pentapostolic succession, baby. Yeah, boy, you got that pentapostolic succession. I'm about to share and hate on you. I'm about to share and hate on that ass. On them haters. D Wall Audio, $20. Your content helped me intellectually move from Protestantism. Honestly, the intellectual part is easy. It's the emotional aspect I'm struggling with. It's a massive shift. Yes, it is. It is. Curtis, what's up, dude? Bank Piggy, $30. Your words have inspired me to host God Logic, an approved Jewish circumcision cookout. We will snip people and then put some barbecue sauce on that boy. Darn tootin'. I like the way you think, dude. You think outside the box. Chadokin, $5. Jay, I DM'd Cleve to Antiquity a video. I mentioned it to you on X. Mormons are now outright saying that we actually believe in theosis like them. Yeah, no, theosis is not the Adam God doctrine. They're retarded. Tengu, $10. Do your sunglasses stay on when you do debates from the bathtub? Like I said, I don't wear them because I take baths in the dark, dog. Levi, $5. Jay, thank you for content. I'm going to a catechism. Oh, we did that. Aldorbana, how many KGB coins do they pay you? 350? Yes. Yes, 350. Nixie, what's up? Gift of memberships. Ellie takes the win. Charge $300,000 for a debate like Candace. No. Again, I'm not charging Jesus and Whatnot for the debate, you idiots. Do you like modern day debate pays me to debate, you dum-dums. Jesus and Whatnot and I would get paid to debate, you idiots. Are you this stupid? You think I'm asking him for $2,000 to debate me? I'm saying if he wants me to debate on his channel, yeah, then you got to pay me $2,000. If he debates in person, he gets paid. Duh. Because we draw a crowd. I've been doing live events for the last 4 years. I mean, our own live events, right? We pull a crowd to our own live events. We make thousands of dollars at live events because I bring a crowd. Don't you know how this works? If Jesus and Whatnots wants me to debate on his channel, okay, fork up $2,000 because that's what modern day debate's going to begin with paying. Oh, no, I'm not doing that. Okay, well, then do it in person and everybody gets paid. Problem solved. Oh, I can't leave my house. Okay. I'm scared, but you can't leave your house. I debate the Muslims in public, in person. Modern Day Debate has live security there, but you guys won't go and do it in person. Intrinsic, $5. We did that one. Alex Orthodox, $5. Oxform, what's up? Emperor of Xanthium has spoken. Solo brain power. Aelf Centur, $50. Our era of nation states is over. It was stolen from us by liberalism. We are the powerful Japhethites. We are dispersed and oppressed across economic zones worldwide. We must become a united international nation bound by church and Japhetic solidarity. Well, we got Orthodoxy is the best case for that. Sekar Tavilo Rokor, $5. Look up the Alatra cult. Well, that's why I pulled up Anthony Westgate's new video. I've not watched it yet, but he just did a video on it, and I was intending to get to this. I just haven't got to it yet. So I don't think I know much about this cult. This is, I think, new to me. Let's see. Oh, he's reacting to that Deepest Rabbit Hole video. Okay, so I do know about this a little bit. But no, I've not gone down the rabbit hole yet. But I watched some of the video of the original, not Anthony's video. 10, $3. I found out what your favorite fish is. It's a chocolate starfish. DLW Audio, $20. Your content helped me become Orthodox. Oh, no, we did that one. Thorn, $3. Are you going to react to Janko and Need God? No, dude, that sounds like torture. That's so low tier. That's too low tier of the lowest tier, bro. I can't torture myself. We got to have fun over here, man. We got to watch like goofy videos. Mark Rodman, $5. What are your thoughts on Ian Cuck Gary fighting Islam Makhachev Saturday? He's the soyest of the Catholics of all time. I'm not familiar with him. I was just catching up on the last UFC fight, so I'm not familiar with what's upcoming. I was just catching up on Sugar Sean and Strickland and Max or Holloway getting knocked out for the first time, and I was catching up on all the previous fights and Patty Pimblett. So I've not seen this yet. Alex Orthodox, $10. Yes, we read that earlier. Hearsay and circumstantial evidence can be admitted. All right, let's see what else we got here. Christopher Scott, $5. Bees have workers. Workers work on farms. Therefore, all the dots connect. Bee farms. Exactly. Everybody knows you ranch out bees. I'm a bee rancher. Thank you for that, President Retard. Perpetual concept, $10. The bee ultimately begot the honey. Oh, we did that earlier. Yeah, I think it's definitely possible for court cases to, be manipulated, for, deception to occur in court cases and amongst the juries, and you can influence the jury. There's a lot of ways to cheat in legal settings. I understand that. I do think, though, it's a lot harder to pass off big scale deception in a court of law than it is in other places. Now, maybe in some cases it's not, like with, the $1 billion judgment against Lord Voldemort or whatever. Like, that seems absurd, but I still think, generally speaking, it's probably harder to cheat and throw an entire court case. Derek, $5. I love your stuff, Jay. I learn things. I'm entertained. You actually help the work days fly by. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Derek. Appreciate that. Locutus, $10. I still have that fucking Jaguar song in my head. Thanks, Jay. Yes, it's a worm that will get in your head. She's a jag. She's a jag. She's a jaguar. Q-Tard, $5. Queen Quandus can do no wrong. Just kidding. Q is always fake and gay. Of course. I said it day one. Johnny Del Rome, $5. What do you think about the TV show The Chosen? I heard there was Mormons involved, and I just never watched it. It seemed weird to me. Ortho Foo, $5. Jesus and whatnot won't debate because that's the Nostra Aetate effect. Abstract, $2. Well, how come nobody's calling him a coward for not being a crusader? Like, aren't you a based trad crusader knight? Aren't you willing to be martyred for your Roman Catholicism like the crusaders were? But one Muslim makes a threat supposedly in the Middle East, and you have to hide in your house for the rest of the year or the rest of your life. Like, what? Abstract, you skipped my super chat about a cult. I didn't mean to. Maxwell, $2. Check out Patty Boy, circa 65, 67. I missed one. Greed, $94.90, $20. Jesus and Whatnot's audience is super bad. It's a bunch of low attention span Zoomers. Jesus and Whatnot repeatedly said, we have the same epistemology. That's the furthest thing from the truth. It's a clear blunder. Yeah, it's just not worth even doing it. Can you start charging after the Jesus and Whatnot debate? I already charge. Why would I charge that? I already do. That's what I'm saying. Like, why am I going to give him a free debate? I got paid for debating at DebateCon. Will you be live reacting to the big debate tomorrow with Candace and Andrew? Yeah, probably. Abstract, $10. Pray for Andrew tonight that he pulls people away from Scamdus. Also, have you heard of the Ahmadi religion of peace? Yeah, we did whole videos on it. Go back and watch our The Bacon Is Now Solid. The Bacon Is Now Solid. Chatnik, $5. If you're going to watch MMA, watch Uros Medic, a Serbian Orthodox fighter. He'll be fighting for the belt. Okay. Definitely will do that. Guys, remember, head over to chalk.com, the show sponsor, chalk.com. You guys are really generous today. Appreciate that. We was busting balls on Super Chats today. Remember that the show sponsor is chalk.com, CHOQ.com, the best in supplementation on the internet. Head on over to chalk.com and use promo code J60LIFE, that's JAY60LIFE, to get 60% off all those great Chalk products, including that male vitality stack. You're not going to pay $127. You're going to pay 60% off of that with the promo code J60LIFE. And you can unsubscribe at any time. Chalk is the best in supplementation on the internet. I am a frequent user of Chalk, especially for daily energy boosts, especially the Chalk Daily, especially the Tomcat Elite to boost testosterone naturally, proven to do so in the peer-reviewed studies that you can read over at Chalk. Male Vitality Stack includes the Tomcat Elite 100, the Daily, and the Ashwagandha. Personally, I think Ashwagandha is better for ladies to take. It kind of evens out the mood. But I am a big fan of the Tomcat Elite. And of course, you can also buy these products individually. We do have a 10% female audience. So ladies also, you can benefit from the female vitality stack over at chalk.com, CHOQ.com. Link is in the show description. Remember to use promo code J60LIFE, JAY60LIFE, to get 60% off all those amazing 100% American rainforest sourced products at chalk.com. We are mineral deficient, and Chalk helps make up for those deficiencies by those great adaptogens. So head on over there, use that promo code. Remember to get your tickets for DebateCon 9 in Orlando. It's going to be a blast. I'm a super timid, terrified, paranoid person. I'm scared of 19-year-olds, even though I've been here debating people nonstop for 10 years, including the Muslims that make death threats, that Jesus and Whatnot is afraid to leave his house over, even though I've been debating those people in person now, as well as online for almost a decade. I'm a terrified, scared fraud, even though I debate them in person and he won't leave his house. All right, guys, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Remember, subscribe to the website in the member section. Remember to, if you want the philosophy course, you can order the philosophy course in the show description. This is a full philosophy course that I put together with Richard Grove at Autonomy Overall Marketplace. It covers the entire history of Western philosophy in 12 lectures, I think. It totals about 24 hours of content. Philosophy 101, we start with pre-Socratics and we work all the way up to postmodern philosophy. So you can sign up here at the Autonomy Agora Marketplace and get access to that full philosophy course. It is half the price of a single college course with much better quality material. No faking gay libtard professors. It's directly taught by me. And I even have some guest speakers like FDA and Father Vladimir. So be sure and you get the philosophy course there. Remember to go over to Jay's Analysis, and in the shop you can subscribe to Jay's Analysis and get the books, particularly those excellent Esoteric Hollywood classics. By the way, I know that some of you have been asking about the orders. Yes. First of all, partly we were in Dallas for a week, so we were there for DebateCon. And then both the Red Book and one of the other Hollywoods was back ordered. So there was 2 books that were back ordered for a good while. Good news is all of the Red Books came today. All books are fully in stock. So yes, orders will resume tomorrow. Don't worry. Orders will resume tomorrow. If you want to get signed copies, guys, you don't have to request a signed copy. A lot of you guys say, you message me, you email me, you ask in the comments, can you get a signed copy? Are they signed? Yes. The entire reason that you would get it at the website is because you get them signed. Don't get it from Jeff Bezos, right? If you get it from Jeff Bezos, you're just giving money to Jeff Bezos. I don't get any money from that. But if you get it from the website, you get it signed. Yes, it's a little more, but you get a signed copy. Don't just give your money to Jeff Bezos. Oh, we got a big fat super chat here. Thank you for $100. $100. McAuley Roofing. Shout out to McAuley Roofing. $100. Thank you so much. Happy Thursday. Do you have any information on Joseph Stewart, the Irish missionary that went to Mexico to spread oneness Pentecostalism? No, I don't think I know about this. It's the Yese la Luz de la Mundo. No, I've never heard of this. Joseph Stewart. I know about Jimmy Stewart, but he didn't go to Mexico. Okay, he went to D.C. and gave him what for? Let's see. Oneness Pentecostal messages preached in 1893. Now, we have had quite a few of these people call in. So if you're looking for refutations, you can find on the Clips channels multiple oneness who've called in and we debated oneness. In fact, last time I was on God Logic's channel, I had a very intense oneness Pentecostal debate. But no, I'm not familiar with this person who... Not this guy, but this guy is writing an article talking about the 1893 message. But, you know, it's just a revival of the ancient heresy of modalism. Rough hands, you the real MVP. Well, thanks, man. And thank you for the big fat super chat. You guys are generous tonight. Y'all paying the bills. Purify my life, $5. Jay, I'm in need of editorials for a project. You're a perfect fit. I don't have time to write, man. I'm sorry. I don't. I write. If I write, it's going to be a book. I just don't have time to write for a website, but I appreciate that. And thank you for thinking of me. But there's a lot of people in the orthosphere now. You know, if you were to go into our Discord, a lot of the mods in the Discord, Autocratic, you know, I'm sure he could churn out some good articles for you. So yeah, maybe reach out to people in there. All right, guys, thank you so much. Hit like, comment, share, etc., and I will see you soon.